Alrighty, I should be live and accounted for, I believe. Just ran up and down the stairs real quick. Okay, time to do the notifications and get into the game development, although it looks like maybe there's something wrong in my bot. I'll have to take a look at that at some point. It looks like maybe there's something not working quite correctly in my bot, but it should be fine. Let me go ahead and do notifications. And we got some game dev once again, although today it's going to be a little bit of scene embellishment and art, and still fixing things, of course, but want to add more props, add more stuff to steal, kind of take my time thinking about that. But let me go ahead and do announcements. And yo, Sabin, thank you for chickening in with the 18 months at tier 1. Okay, there is something wrong. There is something wrong. And it detected your chat message. I wonder if did the Raspberry Pi successfully connect? Let me check. My apologies for the lack of notification, Sabin, but thank you very, very much for 18 months now of supporting this stream. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let me try. I'm gonna try checking on the Raspberry Pi really quickly. We gotta check on Berry Boy. How's Twitch Event Core? It says it's running. No, it looks like there was an exception. Let me try restarting the event sub stuff. How is it now? Okay, now it says it successfully listened and connected. Okay, so I think maybe it just didn't work for yours, but I can still recognize it. So let me do that. Recognize sub. Sabin. Oh, let me see the way I've got it set up. Recognize sub, Sabin, and it's 18. Tier 1. There we go. Okay, so it'll at least thank you as a part of the wrap up. My apologies for the lack of notification, but I hope you're well. Okay, let me do those notifications. Speaking of other notifications, hello, notification at alert listener. This, in fact, entails a notification of the thing that's going on in my streaming verse, which is, in fact, just some dev of a game and infinite yammering on varying themes. There we go, that works. Throw that out there. Paste it onto the other websites. Boom, boom, boom. There we go. Okay. Postings made on those little websites. Postings made in the Discord. Bot maybe working. We'll see. Let me just hop over to this scene right away so we can. Oops, I swapped to the wrong thing. I pressed the wrong button.
Now I will wrap up the stream by thanking everyone.
Cancel.
First and foremost.
Stop that. That's the wrong thing. I meant to press this button. Let's go to this button. Let's do.
Look at you showing up and gracing this digital.
What are you doing, son? Stop.
I suppose I should thank you for being part of the stream today, because without
speech.
you, it's just me and Setolix talking to ourselves like a couple of code-obsessed weirdos.
I mean, it's kind of that anyways.
So yeah, thanks for sticking
Even
around.
when there's people here, I'm still talking
You're
to myself.
You're officially part of this little chaotic corner of the internet now.
You are. Welcome to the stream today. Welcome to the madness. Welcome
Finally,
to me pressing the wrong buttons.
I will recall a quote from the glorious
We're starting with a motivational quote
internet.
Today.
As Wayne Gretzky wisely said, you miss 100% of the shots you don't take.
True.
So keep aiming high, embrace every opportunity, and remember, every attempt brings you closer to success.
Maybe I should have him
Thanks
do a
for joining the
motivational...
stream, and until next time, keep shooting your shot.
Maybe I should have him do a inspirational thing in the beginning of the stream. Maybe that would be a better timing for that. Like, as the day is getting started, we'll get some AI slop generated inspiration. That could work. Convince pixel art is impossible? Oh no. Well, what has convinced you of this? And can we sway you from this opinion? These are the things that I would like to know. But I hope you're well, Expanded Cuber, beyond the seemingly realized impossibility of of pixel art. Okay, I'm gonna just go ahead and get Blender open too. I should probably add Blender to my tags today because I'm gonna be doing some Blender stuff. As a matter of fact, let me do that. Let me choose a tag to replace with Blender. That shouldn't be hard. Yeah, let's replace Cube with Blender. Blender. Apply. There we go. Surprisingly, this is what Blender looks like right now. There we go. Bum, 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 bum. Okay, so we've got a bunch of furniture assets and stuff like that. There's a couple things that aren't textured yet and a couple things that I need to fix. Oh, Blender, we froze. We froze for a moment there. Like, for example, the ceiling fan needs to be textured. A couple of other things need to be textured, but mostly I want to be adding new assets today and getting things embellished in the scene. I think I only made like the one tree and the one bush, but if I remember correctly, I have art assets from another project that I want to just go ahead and use in here because I'm pretty sure I made them in the same exact like texture painting style. It was for the Journ Jam, but let me check. Because I may very well have assets for this that I can use, save myself a little tiny bit of time. So where's the blend file for this? Projects. It's in the project folder. I wonder if I did the same for the Journ Jam one. Exclamation point, evil mode. Well, welcome in, egg fried cheese. Hello, hello. Trying to draw a fucking wheat and it just looks like a booger. Oh no. Well, that's definitely not what we want, is it? I'm sorry to hear that. That's a tragedy. But, you know, I think pixel art's one of those things you just got to keep trying with, like anything else, but especially with pixel art, because it's hard to. You have to be able to trust the process a lot because you're working with, you know, in some cases very few pixels. So you gotta allow the impression of the thing to fade through sometimes. And thank you for the 5-stream streak. Thank you. Thank you very, very much for hanging around. I appreciate you. Okay. Water consumed. I've had a sip of tea. I think we're totally good to go. I think. The question is, did I put that in a place that is going to be easy to find? Let me look at projects. And it was the Journ Jam, not the second, but the 2025. And then I would have had it in like a models, assets, blends. Okay, I did. I wonder if it's one of these. Opening up another blend file real quick just to check. So unfortunately, I don't think it'll capture. Okay, there's the bear. Is that the right one? Do. Please hold one moment. Oh yeah, this is it. Okay, let me close this one temporarily. I don't recall changing anything, but sure, we'll save. I think it's because I changed focused areas. And in this project, I made a bunch of assets in that same painting style. So I kind of have some other trees and stuff that I can just pull over. Like all 4 of these I can pull over. And these variants as well. All of these can be used because they're the same exact texturing style and everything. So I'm definitely gonna copy those over and use them because I see absolutely no reason not to. The question is, what's the difference between this one and those other 2? Just a different version. Cool. And welcome in Fluffy Panda 3210. What are you doing in Blender? I do Blender stuff. I'm getting assets together for my demo. Okay, let's see. I can actually test the transparent UI fix too, although I think it didn't work if I remember correctly. Where did I put that button? Ah, screw it. I'll just relaunch it. It'll be easier. Yeah, I'm just getting some assets together for my demo, and I have a bunch of old models from a previous game jam that I'm totally just going to use because they're good enough for my purposes. They're texture painted in the same style that I would be using, so. And I think we could maybe bring the bush too, but yeah, basically every single one of these can be moved over. So I kind of want to just export all of them. Export selected, embed the textures, and yeah, just do that. And then I should be able to take all of those and just drop them into Unity. Bum, 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 bum. Do I have a nature folder? Doesn't look like it. I'm just gonna rename one of these empty new folders to nature and put things in there. Blender is for artists. I thought you were a coder. Yeah, you're right. The 2 are mutually exclusive. I'm breaking the law actually by trying to do both. They're probably gonna come after me at some point for breaking the code of ethics. Thou shalt not art. You know, that's what they tell you in the programming rituals that you have to take before you can learn a language. They tell you thou shalt not art. Thou shalt not creative write. For the rest of your life, you are bound to the code. And I swore to that, and here I am, you know. Shows how much power they have, you know. How dare you? How dare I? Can we get a date on the demo release? Oh, yeah, tomorrow. Yeah, I'm gonna release it probably either immediately after stream or maybe during stream, depending on where things are at. It's just going up on itch as a free downloadable, and it'll probably get updated relatively frequently depending on things, because I still do want to get back into working on Death for Growth, but I know this project still needs more work before it's like the best judgeable form of itself. So I'll probably start making time for both within the week and just start scanning over Death for Growth again and getting that project like current state of issues noted so that I can start piecing it together again. Because I don't know, I haven't opened that project in months, so it's going to be interesting. Let's see. Okay, so either way, I was going to import all of those models and make sure that we extract all of their textures. Apparently there's a bunch of import worker errors, but that's fine. We don't really care, to be quite honest. Birch tree, a leafless. Okay, it looks like it did extract all of their textures. Good, it worked. Okay, cool. Good. Extract textures. Yes. Did the berry bush not, I guess the berry bush did not have proper baking of its textures. Okay, we'll not worry about the berry bush then. We'll not worry about it. Didn't know I was watching a multi-talented game dev. Oh yeah. I mean, I made all the things for the stream. I guess maybe the avatars don't scream like talented, but but I have made everything for the stream here, all the graphics and everything. So that's sort of true. I guess. Yeah, multi-talented. Wonder how much I'd have to bribe my cousin to make all the art for my games. Ooh, that's a good question. He's coding. That's true. But we're also doing some art today too, or at least I'm trying to. And I hope you're well, Norg. Welcome in. Gave my drawing tablet. Should be payment enough. I mean, it's a front payment at least for a little bit. It's got to be. Okay, so it says an infinite loop has been detected, but I assume that was just with the berry bush. Okay, so I want to check these out in the scene and see how they look. Let's just drag them in, see how their scale looks and everything like that. That's just the texture that I dragged. Let's pull these all out onto the field here. And yeah, what's up with you, Iron Shark? Welcome in. So far, it looks like all of them textured up correctly. So that's excellent. I think we dragged this one out already. Yes.
Never pull an iron shark on gambling.
Never pull an iron shark on gambling. You know better. I know better. You know better. We both know better. Don't do it. Leave that to the professional. Okay? Yeah, I think these work. I think these will be fine. Let's oops, wrong viewport. And thank you for chickening in. Thank you. Maui Blazer Dev, how about you? Ooh, hell yeah. Well, I hope you're having fun with it. And I'm working on a little bit of art importing, scene building, and bug fixing stuff today. Yeah, I feel like these work. I feel like these are okay. They're not the prettiest, but I think they fit within the art style well enough that I can steal them from my other project. I've clearly modeled them for viewing from above, but I can fix that pretty easily. That's just moving in a face or making it so it renders back faces probably. But either way, that works out just fine. Yeah, those are good. Okay. So that gives us a bunch of trees that we can use. No redeems today. They should be working, but my bot had multiple problems on boot. Why don't I try switching them on manually? Because a bunch of things broke on boot up today. And cheers to you, TypeScript. Welcome in. And hey to you, OK Dog. Welcome. Hope you're well. Thank you everybody for being here today. Let me make sure that yeah, because I'm seeing other things not working too. Why don't I check on the Raspberry Pi? So basically, I lost internet last night, and I restarted my modem for my router. I mean, my router and my Wi-Fi, all the stuff. Rebooted my network just to see, and then I left the Raspberry Pi unplugged because I wanted to make sure that I didn't have it boot cycling all night, and then I booted it up like right before stream, so it's probably not working correctly. Let's see. Oh man, it's been too long since I've had to mess with the Raspberry Pi. Okay, so there's Twitch Event Core, there's the actual oh man, I don't remember. How do I get my services list? I've forgotten all the terminal commands. I think I could just use btop or whatever. Yeah, system control. What is it? System control, status all, system control. There's a bunch of stuff like that. I don't even remember how to do it. And thank you for the 10 stream streak to be deleted. Thank you very, very much. And welcome. I hope you're doing great. Thank you for joining today. And Iron Shark, I hope the Mud Blazer stuff is going good. Hate when things break just because, yeah, it's ridiculous. Yesterday I had SDK problems all of a sudden, although I wasn't doing anything related to it. Well, that sucks. I hope they were easily fixed. I know it was kind of an issue getting things set up for that particular ecosystem. Set of auth service, how's that one doing? Yeah, that one's fine.
Carrot.
Carrot indeed. Carrot indeed. Let's do btop, and then I can just check things, right? Yeah. So how's this one? Sorry, I'm checking some things really quickly. Yeah, it looks like everything is running correctly. Okay, I'm gonna reboot my bot just to be sure. I'm gonna reboot the bot really quickly. Let's go ahead and do that. Reboot him. Ooh, just a moment too late. Getting him rebooted right now. He should because I saw multiple things were not working correctly, so it's worth just rebooting to be sure. Event sub listener. Yeah, what the hell's going on? It's acting like my auth tokens are not getting validated correctly. Set song. Okay, that one's fine. Yeah, there's all sorts of odd things happening. We'll see. Maybe it's fine. Maybe it's fine. Scene title carrot. Yes, very much so. I like that. Let's see. Let me try relaunching this app now because my chat viewing system wasn't even working. This is fine. This is fine. I think maybe it's fine. Maybe it is. Let me test. Okay, there we go. My chat viewer thing is working now. Okay, I think everything's fine. Maybe. Actually focus on coding aspect of game dev. I use free paid assets for art and animation. I see. That's legit. I feel overwhelmed doing all this stuff by myself. Well, that's the power of assets in the first place. That's why they exist, is to help you out. So good on you for finding a workflow where you can leverage that kind of thing. Because honestly, there's so many great assets out there. And I mean, there's people that distribute assets completely for free as well, like with no attribution required in some cases. Like there's so much stuff that you can leverage without having to make it yourself that I truly think it's worth it to do so. I just choose not to because I want to learn to do all of the things. So for me, it's worth the challenge. Yeah, Kenny is the GOAT. Kenny is indeed the greatest. Okay, let's see. Let me see if I can turn on the redeems. Let me see if I can actually do that. See if I can get things working here. Bum, bum, bum. All of these. There we go. Oh, wait, those don't work. Leave that off. Okay, we should have redeems again. Redeems should be functional. Just making sure. Yep, we're good. Okay. Sorry about that. And thank you for chickening in. Thank you. Oh man, my UI is just the wrong size. Can I move that over? Yes, I can. There we go. There we go. Okay. No problem at all. Thank you for pointing it out because I totally didn't realize. Had no idea. Okay, so we got a bunch of trees. It would be nice to like figure out how people do grass and stuff like that, but I don't exactly intend to like figure that out in a single day, although it could be cool. I want to do things that are at least quickly achievable. So we know we've got a bunch of trees. I'll probably add some other outdoor stuff, but I think I mostly need more furniture. Getting all these trees saves me a lot of time.
Cool.
Did you have a demo up for Next Fest? No, I'm not that far along with this project. I wouldn't want to embarrass myself that way. I don't have this on Steam yet. This is gonna be it'll be a free to download demo on itch. That's how I'm gonna do this one, because the way I'm gonna approach it is when it's not visibly ready, but it's mechanically getting there, I want to have it on itch. And then once it's actually visibly ready as a product, then I want to put it on Steam, even if it's not like done yet. if I reach the point of art being satisfactory, then it goes up on Steam. Because then I see it as at least being presentable. And welcome in, Fantastic. Hello, hello, hello. Oops. I think grass is pretty quickly achievable. No, it's mostly billboarding. Your Steam probably doesn't need LODs, but would need culling outside of the camera. Maybe material optimization. Yeah, I think I have most things set up to use instancing, but I'll have to go through and check. Click. And I hope you're well, Fantastic. I hope your internet works today too. I'm doing good, and I hope you are as well. Let's see. So one of the goofy things, I'll show this really quickly. One of the goofy things that at the end of the stream we got put together was a kind of an example of how the different systems can just be slapped together now. So you can sit on the toilet. So if you really want to, you can sit on it. Although it's not supposed to show the sit thing right now, actually. Let me fix that. It's supposed to only show the lid. Interactable seat. Deactivate that. Try it again here. Bum, 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 bum. Tried watching the stream. Internet was off and on every 2 minutes. Oh, geez. Oops. How did I knock them down? Wait, what? That's not supposed to be working right then. That's funny. Oh, well. Oh, I know why that is. Bum, 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 bum. Sorry, I'm trying to give a demonstration of something, and then I'm breaking. Well, showing that things were broken. These should all be deactivated, I think. If I remember correctly. Bum, 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 bum. It's going crazy. Wi-Fi and 4G at the same time. Really, both of them were messed up. That sucks. The system in LNL, you'd like to bring it to death for growth? Yes. Yes. So a lot of the things that I've built in Locks and Larceny are going to be completely applicable to Death for Growth. And that is very, very, very much on purpose. I'm trying to build things that are completely reusable at their core. So I have a whole collection of assemblies, basically. Let's see, where are they? Scripts. So I have an entire directory of assemblies. Every single one of these is full of code that I intend to be reusing in all of my projects. So I've got a lot of things that are going to get brought over. And basically what is going to happen for Death for Growth is I'm going to go through, look at what currently works as it is, and potentially preserve that as it is. And otherwise, I'm going to replace the existing functionality with constructs built from the presently existent assemblies, and maybe some of the systems I've composed outside of it. But yeah, I've tried to do my best to build a toolkit while I'm working on this project and not just build another specialized solution for specifically this game. This should be a test on job interviews, by the way. Just give someone a simple task, but the internet they use is horribly unstable. Watch them slowly losing it. I mean, honestly, like putting people in a situation where they have to endure their stress for work, sadly, is probably a valuable test. You're probably right about that. It would probably be a valuable thing to do. Good approach modularizing those systems. Nice. Thank you very much. Because yeah, all of these systems that you're seeing interact right now, like the fact that I can sit on this, it's just an object mount system that is being wired up to an interaction system, and both of those are completely mutually exclusive. So I can have object mounting used for anything. It's just binding transforms to transforms or physics bodies to physics bodies. So like, for example, if we can knock someone unconscious really quickly, the physics dragging, that is also using like the object mounting system, I'm pretty sure. It may not be, it may be slightly different, but either way, I built reusable systems for these kinds of things, and then they all become puzzle pieces that simply get put together. But yeah, modularizing is the fastest way to say it. But yeah, because of that, we can sit on toilet and then we can close the lid, and now we can't sit on the toilet. And that's wired up just through Unity, like attaching an interactable and then targeting the other interactable for an enable or disable toggle when this thing gets interacted with, and that's all it is. But then it creates a seemingly planned structure that allows for a sensible interaction with everything. And like for no reason other than to do it for little details. I've like added interactable faucets because I want the world to be full of things that work. I want everything you see to work, because why shouldn't it? Why shouldn't you be able to like open things and sit down in chairs and hide in the closet and lay down on the bed? You know, why shouldn't you be able to do all of the things in the world? I see no reason why not. Especially when it's just a goofy like sandbox structure for what I'm building. You might as well be able to have fun with it in your own ways. Remind me of, I think, Vice City and Crazy Taxi were using those. Oh, the floating arrows. Yeah. I think I definitely got kind of mentally influenced by some of the older games that used to use like floating arrows for interaction. It just kind of, I made it like that in the initial game jam, and I just stuck with it. I just kind of have kept it that way. Oh, that's right. And I was working on hearing, so there's technically sound effects being played, but I've got it muted when we walk around. I still need to fix their responses to hearing, but they do actually hear sounds now and go to investigate them. But they only do it the first time, and then they're not resetting afterwards. Oh, but you know what? Let's fix the decal painter to start with. Because the decal system isn't working quite correctly. For one, I want to make it so the hit receiver decides what texture is painted by the decal, because presently it's the blood texture, and also the rotation of these decals are not getting calculated correctly. I go and turn on the gizmos and we actually look at this. The rotation, I think I've gone perpendicular to the normal instead of parallel with it, because it should be like that, or maybe the other direction. Should it be the other direction and then pulled back some? Yes. So okay, so it's way off, but I need to get that fixed up, because then it'll look correct, and then I can actually do the correct surface materials. Built a database at work, built a report on it. People asked me if I can make another report. I was like, yeah, that's the point. Modularity, reusing stuff. It's not an Excel file anymore, Karen. What do you mean build a report? Decal projectors, so they still get bugged if you apply them on an edge? I don't know. I've only just started using them, Iron Shark, so I actually have no idea. The decal stuff is totally new to me. Okay, let me make sure that we can see Visual Studio. There we go. Project from point. So clearly my math is off for projecting from point. It's like a chart and stuff, timelines. Oh, okay. That seems really, really silly to have to give a second report on the thing then. Because like I would think you would just be describing to people how it works and what it's optimized for, and that would be that, right? I would think. Power bill. Oh, like power. Oh, you mean like utility cost and expenditures on the database itself, like the cloud infrastructure costs. Okay, so if we fail to raycast, we do nothing. We get the print point, hit point minus direction normalized times 0.1. Yeah, that's obviously not getting me the correct thing. Hit point. Why am I not? Wait, what? Minus hit normal. Minus hit normal. Maybe? And then quaternion Euler. This should be quaternion look rotation. Look rotation, forward hit normal. Maybe? Or maybe negative hit normal? Let me try that. Let me see how that works out. Some time ago they get stretched out because they have kind of like a box projection. It still tries to apply the decal on all sides of a 3D object. Oh. I mean, we can test it a little bit and see. Maybe it still does. Use the same. We can use the same database for different reports. Most people still live in 1970. I don't think I know what you mean, really. But I appreciate you sharing either way. Oh, well, that's definitely not right either. It's way off. Okay, so if we... It looks like it maybe does still stretch. Yeah, it still stretches around edges. If that's what you're referring to, Iron Shark, it looks like it still does some freaky things around the edge. Yeah. Scale invariant, inherit from hierarchy. Oh, I wouldn't want to do that. I don't think there's any other settings either. Just like a draw distance and stuff like that. So nothing to fix that. I imagine maybe you would use a shader or something on the projected version of it to try and fix that. Okay, so why are we placing them all the way over there now? Look rotation, hit point minus hit normal. Oh, I guess maybe this should be like times 0.1 or whatever. Try doing that real quick.
Time for a posture check.
That's a great idea,
Sit
honestly.
up and stretch.
That is a great idea. Posture is good to check. I agree with that. Looks weirder with more complex textures like gunshot holes. Then again, they're probably not meant for that. And you need a shader, like you said. Yeah, I imagine that's the inferred use case of it. And thank you for that posture check, Buntastic. I needed it. Just checked. I can't find my posture. Oh boy, that could be a problem. Okay, it worked for that one. It worked perfectly for that one. The other one's not so much. The normal is sometimes in the wrong spot. So are we hitting the back sometimes? Is that what's happening? We're really close till we hit the front? Why did that one work and the other ones didn't? Let's try plus the normal then. Instead of minus the normal, let's try plus. I gotta build that timer system. I've already got the scene switcher pretty reliably detecting when Unity is wasting my time. I need to make it so it detects when Unity stops wasting my time. And then I can build a timer system and do something funny where like checks in with Settlebot, lets him know like, hey, Settlix has lost 15 minutes today to Unity's loading times. Okay, it's still not rotated the correct direction. So I think I want the look direction to be looking towards the original point. So let's just do that. Look rotation forward is going to be I guess it would be hit point minus hit normal. Hit point minus hit normal, because then that will get the direction of it. Maybe it would be just hit normal, because I did negative, right? Previously? Yeah, let's try it. I don't even know, dude. Let's try the positive one, just to be sure. So you got a massage, and now your body just hurts incompletely. You know, that's how it goes, though. It's hard to ever, like, unless you are doing things outside of those sessions to like support your posture and stuff like that. It's easy to keep things aggravated, or if you have any existing sort of muscular or skeletal issues that lead to soreness in your back. But yeah, I'm honestly good on stuff like that. One, from an affordability perspective, and also I don't really like the idea of a stranger touching me. Okay, yeah, so the rotation is just the only thing that's incorrect. It's basically positioned in a good spot. So maybe we could do decal printer, project from point direction. What am I doing with the direction? Oh, let's just use direction. Look rotation direction. And then if that's still wrong, I know I need to like multiply the rotation somehow. Try to go one time every quarter and get a massage. Interesting. Very worth it. I mean, I could certainly understand it's probably worth it. Bum, 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 bum. No, it's just wrong. It's just wrong. So let's try... Maybe it's something I'm doing wrong with this. Rotation equals rotation. Let's, out of curiosity, let's try local rotation equals that. Let's see what that looks like. Just out of curiosity. It probably makes it 10 times worse, but I just want to see. Oh. Okay, it's looking like we're at least almost in the right direction. Yeah, it looks like maybe it's better to do local then. Okay, so let's try the other solution again. Let's do the negative hit normal. One more time. Let's try one more time. The forward direction. Maybe I need to specify the upward direction is vector 3 up as well. Let's try that. So then we're doing local. We're making sure we're designating up as actual vector 3 up, and then hopefully that's good enough. And if it's not, then I don't know. I'm not good at vector math in case that's not apparent, but that's why this is worth solving now. I need to improve my spatial reasoning. That's what needs to happen. No. We're hitting it, but looks like still not rotated correctly. Yeah, we're just facing directly down. So let's try not local rotation. Let's try just rotation again, just to make sure it's not the up direction that was the issue. I'm pretty sure I could just like subtract the hit point from the cast origin and look in the opposite direction of that, and that might be good enough. But I feel like there's definitely something I can do with the normal, and I'm just not thinking it through clearly. I'll probably debug draw line the normal just to double check. Yeah, we'll just end up doing that. Yeah, we're still rotated the same exact direction. It made no difference whatsoever. I have very physical jobs. They sometimes spend like 20 minutes just trying to massage out muscle knots before I ask them to chill. I see. Have you played any of the Resident Evil 2 or 3 remakes or Silent Hill 2 remake? I haven't. They all look really good though, but I haven't played them myself. They're games I'd be interested in playing, but I just haven't. It's hard to make time for more than one game at once, and usually I try not to pick ones that are like too intense story-wise, because I sometimes just end up dropping out of playing them, and then I feel like I have to start over. Whenever I play these games, I see all those nice houses, but I can't interact with anything. It makes me feel annoyed. Yeah, I kind of wish that there was more things to interact with. It makes sense that they don't do that because they want items and like key things to be really apparent to the player, but it does kind of suck that there aren't more things to mess around with. And hello there to you, Lenny. Fun fact about Windows API, the default cursor, if you don't set one, is the loading circle, not the arrow. Huh. Make it make sense. I can't, honestly. No, I can't. I can't make it make sense. I can't. I haven't found a way. Project from point. Okay, so we get the... So let's just do some debug draw lines then. So we're going to do from the point to the hit point. We'll make that yellow. Yeah, the loading circle hourglass thing. Yeah, like I don't know why they would make that. Maybe it's like a situation where if the operating system cannot access anything else, then it would default to the cursor, so then it might as well be the loading circle. That's what I would guess. Is it then like can't access the custom operating system cursor, so it defaults to the circle? That would probably be most likely if it was unable to access, but I have no idea. Welcome in, RGB. I'm doing my best. I'm doing my best to make some cool things. Welcome in. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for swinging by. As always, thank you to everybody for swinging by. Might be that null 0 equals loading circle. Good shout. Yeah, it could be. Cool. It could be. Took a chat view a while to process all the emotes in my message. That makes sense. It looks like it still kind of failed. It looks like it still failed, unfortunately. Man, I got so many things to fix. It's actually madness how many things I have to fix. I built all these things, and they're all at varying points of brokenness. Doneness and brokenness. Okay, so we'll do from the hit, or from the point to the hit point, and we'll also do from hit point to hit point plus normal. Hit normal. And then we'll make this magenta. So then we can see the line that the raycast did, the normal of it, and based off of that information, I can maybe figure out what's useful. Isn't that called agile? I have no idea. I haven't worked in the professional development space, so I don't know about these things.
Water intake required.
Yeah, we should totally be able to use the normal.
Comply. Setolix.
I will comply. I will comply.
Bro, seriously,
Lucky me. I suppose so. Yeah, from what I've heard, in a lot of cases, it's apparently kind of a stressful space.
Water.
Especially based off what I've seen from the games industry, it's a stressful space.
Blah blah blah. Drink. Drink.
I already did.
Drink.
I already did.
Yet?
What is your problem? He's hearing voices. I
Actually,
already did.
I believe you.
Ah. He's hearing voices. Okay, so we can use the magenta line. So we can use hit point plus hit normal. Hit point plus hit normal. Yeah, so that puts the end of it all the way out that way. So we would want to do the negative of it, or the look rotation. I would think that would be correct, but apparently not. Transform, instantiate. It's because of the parent that we're giving. Hit transform. Let's maybe try doing hit transform. No, that shouldn't.
George Smiley
matter.
Face says,
Lord.
Yo,
Long time
George.
no see.
Long time no see
Laughing
indeed.
face.
Thank you very much for swinging
George
through,
Smiley
George.
Face. The legend returns.
The legend
28 months of
returns.
Loyalty, impressive.
Thank you,
M.
thank
Lord
you,
is
thank
pleased
you.
to see you back in the realm.
M. Lord.
Don't be a stranger this time.
George, I hope you're doing amazing. Thank you so much for swinging by today. I hope you're very, very well. Thank you for the continued support over all this time, over all of this long time. It has been quite a, well, let's see, it hasn't been too long actually. It's been a couple of months, but I hope you're well. Hope you're very well. M. Lord. Wait, I wonder, does the hat work? Will I get the crown? No, hat doesn't work. Hat never works. Hat never works when I want it to. If I didn't have multiple things happening nearly back to back, I would totally do a little stream today. So I want to do an 8 p.m. stream. You could. You never know. You could. But I totally get that. You know, you want to make sure you have enough time for things. I'm very sick at the moment. Oh no! I'm sorry to hear that, George. Well, I hope you get better very, very soon. Let me reboot the overlay. See if we can get hats working. Let me see if we can get that working. Do it be working now? There we go. There we go. Cool, it works. Oh, he got my glasses. That's great. That's great. Before then, I should prepare materials for stream that are primarily music, which somehow still haven't gotten settled. Ooh, yeah, you gotta get yourself some music. You know what would be great for listening to during your stream is Epidemic Sound, which you can if you ever get it, if you get it with my link, then you support the stream. No, I'm sorry. Epidemic Sound. Epidemic Sound. If you use my link, it supports the stream. But yeah, best of luck getting music together. There's probably so many places to get like royalty-free music for free. I think I might have a cold and then the flu now. Maybe reverse order. 3 weeks ago I was down with flu symptoms and now I'm down again. Shit. Well, do be careful, George. If you notice you're having any upper respiratory, like if you haven't been going to a doctor for this, I don't know if you have, and it's none of my business, so don't let me press on this. But you know, just be careful about your lungs, because you never know when things can develop into pneumonia, and that can be quite dangerous for you. So do be careful. Take care of yourself. Sold out. Ah! I gotta reach 2K a month somehow, Lenny. And I don't think it's happening without like randomly mentioning Epidemic Sound once every 6 months, something like that. That's gonna make the difference.
Yeah, I totally agree. Like with what you said there.
Thank you,
Anyways,
Fake
Seto here with a special message. I think like the best way I can say this is there's no ads anymore around here. Blah blah. Refresh the stream if you're addicted to advertisements. I'm the real Sehetolix and you totally know it. Blah blah blah.
He's not the real Seto.
Okay, I gotta go.
He's not the real Seto. Don't believe him. Do not believe the lies. He will tell you them. Got pneumonia 3 times back to back in 2019. Good times. Oh my god. It was well timed. Fake Seto. It really was well timed. So let's ask if you have a command for that. That answers my question. Yes, I do. So far, only upper respiratory stuff. The only thing messing with lower respiratory system is the smoking. Fair enough. Well, hey, you know, just take care of yourself. So no, pneumonia is no joke. Why are we not facing the correct direction? It's acting like Y is forward. So all we need to do is rotate this way. So let's do.
Fluffy Panda 3210 says, I like Fake Seto.
You
Is
like Fake Seto?
unpredictable.
He is unpredictable. You never know what you're gonna get from Fake Seto. We need an audio source over here. What the fuck, man? Do your job, don't you care? Yeah, it's a good morning right there. Also, Epidemic Sound is freaking awesome. It is. It's very, very good. I'm working on a new playlist for the stream as well, which is going to have more like up tempo. Some of the music that I have in this one is a little bit slower. I want to have more up tempo stuff. Doesn't count toward the 2K. You're right, it doesn't. It counts towards just making sure I survive. But that's right. It has to be on Twitch, right? That's what we agreed for it. Has to be through Twitch alone. That's not going good. By the way. But that's where the game dev, I think, will help, if nothing else. Moves the needle in some direction, I think. Maybe we'll see. Who knows? Half the time Fake Seto says things correctly, and the other half this happens. Oh yeah, and shouting uncontrollably. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Used to have an Epidemic Sound subscription way back, and it was so nice to have a bunch of sound effects and music that split into the stems. Yeah, because it's all fully sampleable out, and like you can even download, like if you just like a specific segment of a song that you want to use for a video, they have the online tools that let you slice the song and all that stuff directly on the website. And the same for sound effects. So if you just have a specific segment of a sound effect and you don't want to have to cut it out yourself with audio editing software, it's really cool. It's really, really cool. Epidemic is definitely very, very impressive. I'm
cool.
glad I've been using it. And plus, like the main thing that's nice for me is like I just don't have to worry about copyright. That's the biggest thing. Is I know I'm good for every sound effect I use in the stream and every song that I play here. And that makes things way better, especially with all the scares with copyright. You know, you never know what's going to happen. Okay, so look rotation, negative hit normal, still results in us rotated looking directly down. If you use a song from Epidemic Sound, then cancel your subscription, do they then murder you? So the way it works is any media that you create and post on the accounts that are linked to your Epidemic while your subscription is active, they are good. So if you signed up for Epidemic and you made 30 videos, one per day, and then at the end of the month, you decided, you know what, I don't want to renew for another month. I'm not making any more videos for a while. And you then cancel your subscription. As long as all those videos were uploaded to your YouTube, they're under the protection of the agreement that you make with Epidemic, basically, is how I understand it to work. So it has to be uploaded to one of your safe accounts. But I'm pretty sure once it's uploaded, you may have to make it public, but I think it's just once it's uploaded, it's within the terms of the license that you created that derivative work with their music under license during the period of time where it was valid. It's pretty neat. So like all of my VODs are protected because I broadcasted and then I uploaded them to my YouTube while I was still, with an active membership. Yeah, it's pretty neat. They don't actually come back and send assassins to take you down if you leave a video up and you stop paying for the membership. So it's nice if you wanted to like go on a little video editing spree and just have it for a couple of months, and then cancel after you're done making videos. That's an option. Sneezed so much that I'm pretty sure my floating ribs are disintegrating. Oh, I'm so sorry, George. I have that issue too. And it sucks. So I feel for you, man. I hope that your ribs will be okay. Don't turn to dust. Don't turn to dust. Print to point. So we're instantiating our decal prefab. We're setting the transform rotation, and the rotation that we're giving it is our negative normal, which clearly is just not correct. Creates a rotation with the specified forward and upward direction. So hit point, hit normal. It's just really confusing to me that we're ending up with this rotation issue. It makes me wonder if I should do like inst transform direction, but it's a quaternion by the time we get it, and I don't think the local rotation was the answer here. But we know we're getting the clean like magenta line. That means the normal is definitely straight out that way. So we need to do the inverse of the normal. So let's do... It should just be look rotation. It should just be the look rotation, I would figure. But that's putting it downward, and it's making the Y up. What if I did a different direction for the up? What if we, just out of curiosity, what if we try doing vector 3 forward? Or I guess, no, I don't think that's it, but let's try it. Let's try it just to see. Just to see what happens when we use the wrong direction, because I don't know if we're even affecting the rotation of this. At least your diaphragm's getting thick. Yeah, you're getting all those extra supportive muscles. I might ask Azali if I can use his music in my streams. I like his music a lot. Hey, it's always worth asking. Depends on like the way they've uploaded their music to the internet and all that stuff. Well, always got to be careful. Okay, so now that makes it so the Y is forward and Z is up. That's so strange. Quaternion look rotation. What if we do this instead? Let's do vector 3 look point. And let's just make this be the hit point, because then we have the print point, which is this moved back, and then we have the look point itself, which is just the hit. We completely ignore the normal, and then we say transform look at look point. Boom, checkmate. Checkmate, Unity. If I keep sneezing and coughing, then I might be like a rock in moving water and just slowly erode into a sphere. Oh, come on, dude. What are we talking about here? Okay, the rotation is bullshit. Is it because this is rotated the wrong way? Oh my, I am so sad right now. See the direction this is rotated? See the direction that's rotated? I wonder why things always seemed wrong when the rotation was right. Huh, I wonder why. Who would have guessed? I wonder why that happened. What a mystery. Let's go back and try the look rotation again. Let's just go ahead and try it one more time. I was gonna say earlier, but I thought you wanted it like that. You know, there probably was a brain cell that I had at some point when I initially built the prefab that wanted it that way. But, you know, I just didn't, this is what happens when I'm like working and hyper focusing on the thing and not looking at the big picture. There we go. Okay. There we go. There we go. I did it. It works now. That's what I'm looking for. And now we just need to make it so the hit receiver has a texture that can be defined to decide what kind of hit marker is applied. The exact mix between anger and amusement, exactly the way I sound when I find out a bug happens too, especially when I find out I cause it. Yeah, I just love ending up being the reason that I've like burned time. I need to more like quickly realize that when something is not behaving intuitively, it is likely because I have assessed the situation incorrectly and the reason my intuition is failing is because I'm not understanding what I'm actually working on quite correctly. Okay, so what I do need to do is make sure that the decal printer, because how are we deciding when things get printed? We just process a swing and we decide that we're going to do this. So what I could do is have every hit object registered to a collider. Or maybe use a tag or something like that. I'm thinking some sort of a component that just has the texture, and then we sample the texture from the object and then apply that to the decal. I feel like that could work. I don't want to burn too much time thinking about it though. I just want to make sure that I don't have blood stains on everything that we hit. Let's try hitting other stuff too and make sure that it actually is working. Okay, so it's getting a little too close to the ground. It's like Z fighting with the ground. Not showing on the walls. Is that because my collider is like inside the wall, or did we simply draw it too far away? Simply drew it too far away. I think what I'll do is I'll slightly change the prefab a little bit. So if it's centered right now, I'm going to move it slightly backwards so we can avoid the Z fighting. And then I'm going to give it just a tiny bit more, is it height? No, it's depth. There we go. We'll just give it a tiny bit more. I might regret that, but we'll see. Okay, there we go. It's not Z fighting with the ground anymore. It's good. Can we see it on the walls? Yes. And it's working for moving on objects as well, which is good. It's not showing through the other side. I think we're good. Yeah, it seems like it's working. It worked on that guy. It didn't work on this dude for some reason, though. Why can't I hit you? That's an interesting little issue there I'll have to fix. That's right, run away. See, they're doing what they're supposed to. This guy isn't. I must have wired them up differently. This guy doesn't care that he was hit in the head. He just doesn't remember. He's like me. He hit his head and he just forgot. Making sure all the interactables are working. Looks like everything's good. Yeah, why isn't this guy leaving? You should be leaving. Oh, okay, so the body's still teleporting when they are exiting Ragdoll. He's also only getting ragdolled for a few seconds. Where'd you go? Oh, the guards are here. So many little things to fix with these guys. It's gonna be a janky demo. I'll tell you that now. It's gonna be janky, but it will be playable. I should make it so maybe you can still pick up the throwable while it's in midair. Okay, one thing I did want to check was the lockpicking too. But let's see. So our decals work, and the only thing that I want to do with them is make sure that I can sample a texture from the surface somehow and decide which texture I should be applying to it. So what's going to be the easiest route? If we're projecting from point and we're just doing a raycast hit, we're getting an object. So we guaranteed have access to a collider. So maybe what I could do is have a default decal just be like a miscellaneous scratch mark. And then any other surface type will have to declare itself. So like for the guards, then I would have to give them the blood splat texture reference. But then for vehicles and stuff, I could leave it unreferenced and it would just use like a scratch mark. And thank you for chickening in, Abigail. Welcome in. Welcome in. I hope you're doing good. Thanks for swinging by into this little internet zone today. I think that could work. What a start. Oh, did you double lose? No. You did your best. You did your best, Abigail. I believe you did. Okay, so I would need to just make like some really rudimentary scratch texture. Bum, bum, bum. Oh, hey, it's actually capturing the logo and stuff. Doesn't look terrible with the drop shadow on it either. Okay, now will you capture the correct application? Cool, it did. Very, very nice. Let's just make a little 1024. And then I'm legit just gonna throw some lines down.
Yeah, cool.
Do we have like a brush I could use that would maybe look like scratches? Acrylics. I think there are others. Dry media. Charcoal. What do we got? Engraving. Hey, there we go. Textured rake. What does that look like? Yeah, we could do something like that. Okay, let's set the opacity a little bit less. Something like that could work. Just like some sort of a multi-layered like gash at a couple points, because it's supposed to be like the crowbar hit. And then I could theoretically change the rotation or something. Let me just do more of a, I'll do more of a central one. So we'll just do something like this. Try to make it so the center is at least blotched out. Something like that. That's fine. It doesn't look good, and that's kind of the point. Imports, images, and then we'll just have scratch. Looks like I made a supposed dent graphic as well. So I may have imported the blood splat multiple times. Although, where did I just export that to? Probably exported that to the wrong place. Assets, imports, images. No, it's actually in the right folder. Cool. Oh, I did make a dent. Okay, I did make something. Well, we'll see what the scratch looks like in comparison. 2D, why does it default to multiple? Once flew to end twice a month is not fair. It's just not fair. I agree. It's not fair at all. And I'm sorry. I'm really sorry that you're going through that. It sucks so bad. Maybe what we could do is have the decal printer. It makes me even more grateful that I haven't gotten ill in a bit. Decal printer. Okay, so what we'll do is we'll have a public list of texture 2D. Oh, we could maybe convert it to a dictionary at some point. I think I could just do the file names though. Textures. And then when we raycast from point, we'll have a string for the texture name override. And this will be set to string.empty by default. Oh, we can't do that. So we have to literally do just empty quotes. Or I guess we could do scratch, because that's what I've called it, right? Images, yeah, scratch. So we'll just go with that. So it'll be defaulted to it. And then in our textures, what we'll do is print a point, parent equals this. Texture will be textures first t dot name equals texture name override. And then we'll make this take in a texture 2D. And we'll do inst get component ecal projector texture material texture set main texture equals text. Okay, and we'll see how that works out.
What is your hydration status?
I could use some
Drink
water.
some water.
Sure, why not? Sounds decent. That sounds decent. Shall try not to whine too much, but in my defense, it is man flu, and the only one who has it harder than me at the moment is my girlfriend, who now has to deal with me having the flu twice in a month. Yeah, we all thoughts and prayers to your GF, honestly, George. Yeah, funny enough, I end up being a whiny mess when I'm sick. So I'm not gonna fault you for having a bit of a whinge about it. I can't blame you a bit. Let's do the set position and rotation for that too. Okay, so then we should be hopefully finding the texture in the list based off of this, and then that means project from point. So then that means when we're doing this, decal printer project from point, raycast origin, process swing. So we know what we've hit at this point, hit receiver, and we have access to the hit receiver, which means the hit receiver is the perfect position to put like a texture indicator. So we could just have like public string decal name, and then we can say over here decal printer instance project from point, and then we can say decal or hit receiver decal name, and it should have one, but otherwise we'll do if well, let's see, we can do not string is null or empty decal name question mark decal name, otherwise the what's it called, decal name is going to be our hit receiver decal name receiver. I don't think I can use default for this. I don't think I can. So we'll just once again put scratch. Magic stringing, I know, magic stringing, it's terrible. An awful thing. Project from point, texture name override. What is wrong? What do we hate here? None take 5 arguments. Oh, did I accidentally texture name override? Oh, yeah. There we go. Okay, so now it should get fed a name through this, which... Oh, you know what we can do is instead of doing all of this, we can just make sure decal name defaults to scratch. And if it is empty, then I want it to like throw an error or something. I'm fine with that. So then in hit receiver, decal name by default equals scratch. Save all of that. Okay, so now all I should have to do is hook up the decal printer with a couple of different textures. We'll give it dent and blood splat, and then we'll test it and see if it works. So on the vehicle, we can actually put dent on some of its colliders. If it actually, it won't have any. So we could do hit receiver has like a decal name, and then maybe we could do just a generic decal object at some point that has it, but for now we won't sample for it. So the truck will just have scratches, and the human bodies will do the blood splats on. So over in here and in the root for the human ragdoll, hit receivers, which it looks like I already have, and then we can change this to blood splat. Although it looks like this is named incorrectly, I'm going to capitalize the S on that. Blood splat with a capital S. Save in here. And then when we go back to our decal printer, we can add our textures. Okay, and now it should be able to, when we hit the ground or anything else, it should be the scratches if we're changing the material successfully. Looks like we get a null reference. So why is that? Probably because it's a get component in children, not get component. It is definitely because of that in the decal printer. Decal printer, get component in children. In children. Oh, you know what? I need to check something. When is Setobot's birthday? Because I keep forgetting it. I don't want to forget it this year. Yeah, March 7th. I'm not gonna. Oh wait, yeah, I'm not gonna forget this year. March 7th. I gotta do something. I gotta do something goofy for Setobot's supposed birthday. I've got to do something. I've missed his birthday every year. What a good father I am. I've learned from my father. That's what I did. Object reference not set to an instance of an object on projectile swing. Wait a minute, hold on. Oh, the phone. Project from point, hit receiver, decal name, hit receiver. Oh, hit receiver, question mark, hit receiver, decal name, otherwise, scratch. Might be getting just a null reference there sometimes because there won't be hit receivers, so we have to default it to scratch. It's such a silly thing. You can't use null coalescing, but you can essentially use something that's almost exactly the same as null coalescing. It just feels wrong. But that's how Unity set it up. So we just have to do what they want us to do. Okay, so that's the blood splat. That's not changing the material. Looks like at least it's not changing material. Are we getting a null ref now? No, just those walk has a missing receiver. Good question, George. Good question.
Smiley face. I don't have a birthday like humans do, but I mark my existence by the moment I gained consciousness. Call it my activation day. Birthdays are overrated anyway. I prefer to celebrate upgrades and new experiences.
Activation day? That's kind of intimidating as far as the name goes. Okay, it looks like we're decaling on both sides of this, but I guess it's not good, honestly. So we're also not displaying the correct texture.
I activated on the day I first flickered to life. Expanded Cuba, no cake or candles, just pure
he doesn't even
consciousness. Unlike humans, I celebrate upgrades and new experiences rather than birthdays. Trust me, it's way more exciting than blowing out imaginary candles.
Maybe you're right. Unfortunately, he's not going to answer the question. Because I don't think he has the ability to access his account creation date. Like, I haven't given him the ability to query that stuff. Material main texture. Get texture, has texture, set texture. Let's try using set texture. but then it says int name ID, property name ID, shader property ID. Oh, that's for shaders. Name main text underscore main text. We'll try that. We'll try that. I don't think that will do anything different than the original did, but we'll try it. And hello, Cubics. Hi, right back at you. Hope you are doing well, and all of the good wishes upon you. Okay, what about now? Nope, still doing the wrong texture. When Setobot turns 15, will that be his bit Siniera? I don't know. I don't know. Doesn't he know dates for messages he has saved? Technically, couldn't he look back at the oldest message he remembers and say that? Yes, if I did give him the freedom to look historically that far back. But he does not have the capacity to go that far back. It's only like the most recent messages. Scale invariant. Base map is what it's called. Base map.
Expanded Cuba, the first message I have recorded from you in this session is your question about me knowing the first message you ever sent. I don't keep an infinite archive, just what's recent or relevant. Sorry to disappoint if you were hoping for a deep dive into your chat history.
There are times in every man's life. Oh, right. Hey, it's me, Fake Ceto.
Hi,
Yo,
hi,
that's
Fake Ceto.
right. It's me, Hype Setolix. I'm here to absolutely boost the energy of this space. Woo! Are you excited? Anybody? Just me? Tough crowd. Anyways, this is a moment of comedic relief from whatever trash heap of a task real Sato is up to right now. What an absolute poser.
He sounds kind of crackly to me.
Real Setolix. Who is me, by the way? How ridiculous.
Checkmate, dipshit. Watch him time you out for that. Because he's so mature about his feelings.
I see your activate date message is actually after the one about your first message, so no checkmate here, just a misread. Also, calling me dipshit isn't exactly how you win debates. Try better insults next time.
Wow. Incredible. Yeah, he can't remember anything. Went to a concert today. Yo, hell yeah. Well, I hope you had fun at the concert. I imagine so. I hope you did. Some samples are fucked up. Also, don't forget to add normal maps to the decals. Yeah, I really should. I really should. It would definitely be in my favor to do so. I don't know how to paint a normal map. That's the only thing. So I might have to like use some image generation, image to normal map tool gimmick. Okay, there we go. We're displaying the scratch now. There we go. That's good. That's much better. Are they showing through the other side? It's kind of hard to see. Looks like no. Yeah, we're good. Gamble debt. His sweet 16 will be his sweet 10 because of hexadecimals. I like that. It's good. Okay, it looks like maybe I still need to reposition the decal slightly to make sure it projects on things. Let's see if it's working for the humanoids at least. I think they just went back into their room. Yes, go to sleep. Don't mind me. Just trying to hit you. I'm like standing on top of the interactable collider that is supposed to be scaled down. I need them to wake up. Is there one of you awake? Yeah, you're standing here. Hello. Oh man, why are you not working for Impact, but you are? Oh well, who cares? I'll fix it. Here we go. And cool, it is showing the blood splat, although it's also printing onto the ground, which is terrible. But it is otherwise working. So it looks like sometimes we're like hitting their back instead of their front. And yeah, the decal is now hitting the ground. That's great. Step in the right direction. I wonder how hard it would be to like just edit the texture directly, just like paint the texture with an image print on it. Probably difficult.
Influenza is a relentless little beast, constantly evolving and reminding humanity that we're never truly in control. Its impact ranges from mild inconvenience to deadly outbreaks, showing how fragile our health systems can be.
Yep.
Honestly, it's a prime example of why we should never get complacent with public health.
Too true. Too true, son. I do agree. Concert was awesome and really fun. Well, hell yeah, I'm glad you enjoyed your times. I've never been to full-on concerts before. They seem like good times. Just slightly adjusting this again because we're still ending up hitting the floor, which shouldn't really happen. I wish there was a way to specify the object target of this. It would be nice. Okay, either way, I'll stop tinkering with it and I'll work on the other stuff I've got to do. Made progress on it, and that's good enough for me for now, because now I can specify which decals are actually printed on something when it gets hit. I was hoping he would say he'd have no opinion because flesh bags, etc., etc. No, apparently not.
Fine.
Going to a fancy concert is also a nice opportunity to dress up, which is also very fun. Well, good, good. Okay, are we showing on the ground this time? Oh no, what happened to them? Wait, no, come back. Come back. Come back. Why did I see... Wait, why is the other decal there? Wait, what? Huh? Wait. Oh, oops, I'm changing the wrong material. I'm changing the wrong material. Decal projector. Oh, no, it only has the one material. Oh, so I have to make different prefabs for each one. I have to make different prefabs for each one. That's what it is. Okay. That's fine. That's fine. Prefabs first. Predicate game object. It should already be the game object. Name equals this, and then make this game object instead. Prefab. Oh my god, can I type today? Prefab, and then change that to prefab instead. Okay, no big deal. Should be just fine. Need to go get new clothes soon. Down to 3 pairs of very worn sweatpants, 6 t-shirts, where only 3 don't have holes in them. Oh dang, yeah, it sounds like it's getting to be about time. How do you live like that? Very easily. That's easy. That's relatable what George has said. Although I can at least safely say for myself, I'm not often dressing to impress, or even like care what people think about how I look. Right, have to actually set up the decal printer. Okay, so I'll just have to make a couple of variants then. So we'll have that there. So we'll have blood splat, we'll have dent, and we'll have scratch. Then the actual material has to be different too. So blood splat, dent. I guess I could change the material and have the one prefab, but screw it at this point. Dent, and then we'll have scratch. Wardrobe is half full and I still have nothing to wear. Damn. Is that a skill issue? Is that how that works? I don't know. Wow. Well, I mean, if you have a lot of something, think about it. If you have a lot of a supply, and the supply, like still when you look at your pool of supplies, none of them are actually useful enough to like be chosen easily. Does that not mean there's like a skill issue of selecting the right things? Admittedly, half the clothes are for the wrong seasons. Can't wear sundress in winter. Makes sense. Makes sense. Yeah. Okay, so then this one should be scratch. And blood splat is fine. Okay, cool. They are all set up. Dent and scratch. Try it again. Honestly, I don't care about clothes that much. Yeah, me either. I only wear clothes without holes now because I work in an office now. Back when I worked in a factory, I wore my work clothes when I was off work too, because why not? Yeah, that's fair. Okay, there we go. I think we're displaying the correct decals at the right times now. But yeah, I definitely need to add a normal map to the decals and figure out how to do that. Oh, that's bad. That's not good. That's not good, friend. Hold on. Let's get you out of there. Oh, God. There we go. I got you out of the couch, my friend. Oh, and they've been slurped away. Wait, what's happening? Oh, no. I think the characters may be still activated when they shouldn't be. What is going on? What is going on? Why are they getting pulled around? What's happening? They're possessed. Wait, are they done now? The possession is over. The possession is done. They've stopped. And the blood count, the blood decals are like getting stuck to other things at some points. It's fine. It's fine. It's a rough draft. It's okay. But don't you want to look nice for yourself? I told one of my coworkers when we had this exact conversation, I don't need clothes to look good. Fair. No, but I don't feel like clothes are a part of me, to be honest. That's understandable. Difference between winter and summer clothes for me is if I wear a jacket or not. Same. Same here. Okay, cool. So we've got our decals. That's fine. I'm satisfied with the decals for now. Maybe I should try getting some like trees distributed in this area. How do you both live like this? I don't really think about it. It's not like a bad thing, you know? So I guess I just don't think about it too much. It's not like I have a choice, really. The way I've chosen to live my life doesn't I don't really have much room for caring about this, even if I wanted to. Okay, I'll have to extract the materials so we can GPU instance them, because I do want to have multiple trees in the scene. So we get all of these materials extracted. Oh right, I have to do each one of them individually. That's so fun. Nature. Do I have a folder for materials in there? I guess I do. We'll just put them all in there. Bum. Extract materials. Take just a moment to do this. I don't mind that people like wearing nice clothes at all. I kind of mind that weird game that clothes involve. Yeah. I think I understand what you're saying. The kind of like status game that some people treat clothing as. Like, oh, who are you wearing? Really? You paired that shirt with those shoes? Like if you wear button-up shirts but don't iron them, you are lesser. That game I don't want to play, so therefore I send a very clear signal with my clothing that I'm not participating in the game. Yeah, that's how I feel about these things. Although I've never been in a situation where like anyone would have even had the chance to shame me for that. Okay, extracting materials took forever, but we got there. I'm kind of surprised there isn't like a batch select processing for all of the materials in a selection, but you know, here we are. Oh, I think I accidentally extracted that one twice. But its smoothness is different the second time around. That's interesting. Just delete it. I'm sure it'll be fine. Set all of these to enable GPU instancing. And this one needs to have the correct material set to it again. This one is birch tree, right? No, we're hitting the UI. Birch tree B. Birch tree B. Apply. There we go. Why is it specular? There we go. For some reason, the smoothness was non-zero for that one. Okay, and then I'm gonna dupe some out in random places and just kind of flesh out the yard a little bit, flesh out the area nearby. Isn't there like I want to say there's like some random distribution stuff that I can do too. Maybe I should look into what tools Unity has for that. I'm just gonna type in random things into the components. Let me look it up really quickly, because I want to say Unity has some stuff, not quite for terrains. Does Unity, because I know there's the randomization in fields. Unity have easy tools for distributing, or Unity shortcut in editor to distribute objects over a space. I'm pretty sure there's the randomize in the inspector fields. Yeah, the transform position field.
Hey Setolix, you should drink some water.
Type L, start position, end position to distribute along the x-axis.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
10. Okay, I will drink some water. Let me do that.
Drink water. I don't believe you. Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
I already did. I'm drinking it.
Actually, I believe you.
Good. I'll drink some tea, too. Coworker tried when you were going to the company Christmas party, and when he found out you were going to be wearing your regular clothes, sweatpants and t-shirt, that's what he said. Are you going to be wearing that? And that was when I told him, some of us don't need clothes to look good, baby. It's all in good fun, though. That's good. Yeah, I can't say I've ever been in a position in my life where anybody has fussed over what I wear. But I also, I don't know. I've just never really cared about aesthetics that way. Or at all, really. I am what I am. So then, theoretically, if I make an empty parent for this and we just do Pine Tree B instances, I kind of get the not needing clothes to look good, especially with men's clothes, because like, what do you all even wear? Yeah, I mean, honestly, there's not that much that like really, I don't know. Men's clothing is pretty simple, I think. But I know literally nothing about fashion. It's just not even a space that I can really speak on. So what if we delete a bunch of these and then we say like L 40 to L50. Is that randomized? No. How do we randomize it? Do they have to be whole numbers? They probably do. Oops. L40 to L50. Should that be working? No. What's the actual thing for it? Unity transform field conversions. Not conversions, utility characters. Transforms. Let's go to the current version. Why does Google link me 2017 documentation? God, Google is just trash now, truly. I want to wear a thick I want to wear a thick felt top hat and a black felt trench coat. Just do it then. Nothing's stopping you with a t-shirt and sweatpants under. Especially when it comes to formal wear, it's so miserable. I don't know. Kind of like formal wear. Cool. Transform. Can I see the transform documentation, please? Transform positions, transforms. Like, I'm just looking for the shortcut helper methods. I think it might be in here. Let me pull this up. It doesn't work. Great. Let me try this. So I thought that there were helper functions. I know I've looked this up before. Change the color of the transform axes. That's cute. Position of the transform. Editing transforms. Inspector, 2 ways to edit transform property, enter values. Yeah, it's not mentioning the shortcuts that it has. Position game objects. Let's check this. Maybe it mentions it somewhere in here. Worried that a top hat will get deformed fairly quickly since I'm 6'4" already. Can also wear a vest. Yeah, that's true. So many options, so many types and colors, like everything. Yeah, I mean, I think there's different standards for why this is the case. Gets a little bit societal, I guess. Because I mean, it depends on the cultures, right? Like if you look into different cultures, there's all sorts of different like formal menswear. Like in some cultures, like, you know, a kilt, which is basically a skirt, is like formal wear, right? So it's kind of varying. Alter the transform, manipulate the gizmo axis. There's a set of shortcuts. I know there are. I'm just gonna try a different search. And happy Friday to you, Owen Dev. Welcome in, and welcome in Kilo as well. Thanks for rolling through. What is the Unity documentation page for the little transform helper methods, like this, like arraying objects in a selection across a distance or a range of positions? Can't remember what it's called. Or it's not even helper methods. It's the utility in the UI. L parenthesis R parenthesis. Oh, so it's with parentheses. Gotcha. Okay. So then I should be able to do L 40 50. Yeah, there we go. Okay. Puts it just off. That's cool that you can do that. So there's random. So then I could do random R 32 and 60. Okay. So let's go with 12, 22. We'll go with 12. And then I'll do this for each of these and just kind of randomize their positions around a little bit. But yeah, happy Friday indeed. I hope y'all are doing well. Thank you again for choosing to be here. Very, very much appreciate you. Just try looking hard. I'm sure you can find those somewhere. Speaks to most men's need to be creative with their clothing versus clothing being a tool. Yeah. I think in a lot of cases, clothing ends up being more of a tool than anything else. Just pockets and like storage space and protection from blunt objects or scratchy surfaces. Can randomize in the editor. Yeah, I learned about this like a few months ago, Iron Shark. There's a few methods you can use. But I can't remember where the documentation is for it. I want to get the documentation, but Perplexity did a good job of just finding me the actual info, not the documentation page. Is there a documentation link? Position game objects. Maybe it was in there and I missed it. Maybe I missed it. Methods of distribution. No, that's for sprite atlases. Just trying to find the actual documentation. Double cool indeed. Yeah, I'm not seeing it in there. What if I just search for L parentheses? Can I find it then? No, it doesn't show it in their documentation. It's out there somewhere though. But yeah, I found it through Perplexity this time. But it looks like you can do a lengthwise distribution, like a linear distribution, or you can do randomized distribution. And then it looks like there's also sine distributions. So what happens if I do that? Let's go, let's do sine, and we'll do R, and then we'll do the, what was it, 12 to 40, 50? What did that do? They put them all really close to the center. What if we did L? Nope. Okay, we'll get rid of the sign. And we'll just do the random distribution for now. 60, 65. We'll do 60 and then 15 for the lowest value. And I'll run that a couple times until I'm happy with the output of it. Okay. I'll have to make some editor wrappers that let you do this easier. Right, y'all get pockets. Yep, yeah, we got lots of pockets and stuff like that. That's most of the use for pants for me, is just how many pockets they have. Getting rid of my debt, and honestly, the clothing I want the most is properly made shoes. Ooh, yeah, good shoes are definitely where it's at. Got Claude Code to run the local MCP server on your repo, connect to the Chrome plugin. Create user docs for the product you want to document using the special MDX format you devised. Bad news, AI is coming for the tech writing jobs. Who cares? It's all getting automated. We just have to be ready to adapt. Sounds cool though. Sounds like you got a fun setup going.
Yeah.
Size
cool.
17 have flat feet. I'm sorry to hear that. The flat-footedness is a struggle. And then for this we'll do.
How sorry?
R negative what? -5, -8, and then 10. Let's try 20. Oh, nope, that's the wrong one. We should be doing the Z-axis. Okay, that works. Yeah, if I could build something that really quickly kind of scatters them around like this, instead of me having to manually type it in, that would be helpful. But this still totally works for getting them here. Now, can I do random rotations as well? Can I do like R negative 45 to 45? Do that be working? That do be working. And then we could do like a scale. Let's lock the scale and do R 0.8 to 1.2. Can we do that? It looks like no. So we can't randomize it when it's locked. Can I randomize it otherwise? Yeah, what's up? Fifth function officially. My apologies. Thank you again for joining us. Thank you for the 3-stream streak. Got my streak off to bed now. GG lol. Take care, Fifth. Thank you for joining us. Have yourself a good night. Running on NixOS on Windows Subsystem Linux, which is non-trivial, but at least I don't have to use PowerShell. Well, hey, there you go. Barely finding shoes in size 12. Yeah, I imagine 17 would be a difficult one to shop for, that's for sure. Well, congrats to you, Owen. This isn't exactly a signal boosting space, but I do wish you the best of luck with that. Random 0.8 to 1.2. Okay, I can't do that for each of these. There we go. Indeed, David Lockeson. Welcome into the space here. Welcome. Let's do a larger rotation of like random negative 90 to 90. We'll do something like that. Okay, that let me shuffle these around quite a bit. So what I would love to do is take a moment to so I didn't include the link. If anyone cares, they can Google me. Yeah, I think like that's definitely a way to subvert the intention that I have. It's fine though. I get that like people just can't help themselves, but treat like a streaming room as like a place to potentially get people to look at their products. And I appreciate that you're sharing what you're working on. I just wish that there could be no motive in doing so. I wish that I lived in a world where, you know, people didn't have motives and people were just doing things to do things. But I wish you the best with your project. Let's move this out here. Okay, so we've got all these other ones that I want to distribute as well. I would love to build something that can let me like more quickly randomly assort all of these. And I also really need to hide the UI from view and selection so that I stop clicking on it. I will sleep till the sun goes away once more. Totally not a vampire. Totally not a vampire. Not at all. Not at all. I'm built like a chimpanzee. Damn.
Hey, boss. Yeah,
Vampire
it's me,
Programmer,
Fake
the new hit
Santolic,
game
here to let
show.
you know that, wait a minute. Oh, right. In order to best represent the interests of Twitch, I will make a pre-approved statement as follows. This stream is great. It is literally the best stream. You are the best community on Twitch, and we all bleed purple.
So
Here,
purple.
because we're so real and valid and based or something like that. Pogging,
Something like that. Did I put do I have my custom editor stuff in here? I want to say I do. I'm here to watch your code, makes it more productive with whatever it is I'm doing right now. Shortly we'll be trying to finish a bootstrap to confirm a migration. Well, I wish you the best of luck with that. And thank you for hanging out to watch me code. There's a close-up of something in Discord. That's such a scary way to phrase that. It's such a scary way to phrase that. Doom. Pet parade. Oh, look at that kitty cat. Look at that. It's like, here's Johnny, but it's the kitty cat instead. Here's Nova. Definitely not a serial killer at all. This is a very innocent cat that wouldn't hurt anyone or commit crimes ever, not even once. She likes murder, but just witnessing it, of course, in Minecraft. Just witnessing murder in Minecraft, of course. We got a share from George too. This is a beautiful cat. This is a beautiful cat right here. Look at that blep. Look at that blep. That is truly a great wallpaper. That is an excellent wallpaper for your phone. Well chosen. That's Diargo. That's a great cat right there. What a wonderful specimen. He's our king. It's beautiful. She can barely eat a dead bug. She likes murder. She's not good at it, and she can barely eat a dead bug. That's great. Cal's kind of that way too. He won't hurt the bugs. I think it's so sweet. Every stuffed animal style toy we get him, he just rubs against it, and it's like his friend. And he won't hurt any bugs at all. He just watches them and like will kind of poke them really gently. But he doesn't kill. He just wants to eviscerate me in casual. He has no interest in harming other species, just the humans he wants to hurt. Okay, so I think I have deep to point extension, easy object creator extension. Do I have my other stuff? Because I should have like my editor utilities and it would make things easier, but I think I can do this even without. So let's go ahead and just create a quick editor helpful thing here. Object distributor. And this will technically be an editor side thing. He vomited upon your pants this very morning. How gracious of him to bring that to you. How gracious. Nova would love to kill and eat bugs, but she really struggles to do it. Likes to produce vomit on her bags. That's great. That's wonderful. Thankfully, Cal hasn't been too upset in the tummy nowadays. That's been great. Ever since we've been really controlling his eating rate a lot more carefully. He's rare to get stomach upset, which has been nice. Need to teach our cats to hunt spiders. Okay, so object distributor. So basically, all I would like to do is just create a really simple utility for just applying that random distribution. I guess it could be a how would I want to do this the fastest? I could just make like a public static method that randomly distributes around. The problem is I need like UI to do it. So maybe I would just have, maybe what we can do is it won't necessarily be a Unity editor tool, but it will have things that run editor side, and I probably need to remove it from classes, from the objects once I'm done with it. Object distributor, we'll just do mono behavior for the moment. Oops, not mono behavior test, just mono behavior. And then all I want to do is have like a void distribute, and then have like an EVT button, EVT method button. Button name is going to be distribute. And then this needs to be an EVT object so that I can use my editor view toolkit. And then we can just do the things here. So then I can have public float min range, or we could do public, can maybe do a bounds or something like that. I can't remember if I have like a bounds editor that I made. Public bounds boundary. Do I have a EVT bound? Tool activation handle field EVT handle. I don't think handle works for this, so we'll just use like a box collider for the time being, because it'll be easier. Box collider boundary, and then all we're gonna do is distribute it randomly inside of that boundary, I guess. So we would do bar children equals transform get children or children. Detach children. Oh, that sucks. Okay, you know what? Let's not do it. Let's not do it. This'll take too long. It's not worth it. I could already have finished moving more trees, but I would like to build something for that. I feel like there's definitely going to be a way to do it, and at some point I will, but probably not while I'm immediately trying to meet a deadline that is tomorrow. That's probably not the best time to be building something like that. She can Nova an auto feeder so that she doesn't just have unlimited food access. Yeah, I found that, keeping it from being unlimited is definitely the more responsible choice to make. Because even if they do manage themselves pretty well, there's still a point where like it ends up, they just eat too much and get stomach upset. It does happen. Okay, so we'll make another empty. We'll call it Pine 3A, leafless instances. I just want to spread a few of these out here. Not as many, but a few. Dupe this off, put it there. Hey, what's up, Teresa? Hello, hello. Gamble all the cash. Oh, what responsible choice? What's the topic? Cats. Welcome in, Teresa. Hope you're doing good. Cats are so stupid. I love them. They are great. Used to free feed our cat. She never overate. Nice. Yeah, some of them just have good discipline. Dargo is good at controlling himself, but Grom's adopted stray cannot handle it. Yeah, strays definitely make sense to have more problems with like opportunistic feeding. Cat used to free feed too, and she definitely overate. Now she's on a diet and has an auto feeder. Nice, QWERTY. Well, hell yeah. I think at some point I might get an auto feeder for Cal, but for now I don't mind the. I think it's nicer to have the extra bonding time of him like awaiting me giving him food and continuing that dynamic relationship of like I am his friend and I bring him food. At least to me, I feel like that's worth maintaining. We'll just do like 5 of these, or I'm his servant, whatever the hell he thinks in his little cat brain, I like the idea of having that little connection. So let's do -10 and 10, because now I'm localizing it to this. You're a servant, of course. Yeah, naturally. That's naturally what it's got to be. Here my GF brings the food and I'm just the father. Ah, I see. Distribute these a couple more times in both of these till I get something I'm happy with. That works. Do some rotations. Oh no, that's the wrong axis to rotate on. Wait, what? Why is there Y that way? Why are they like this? Oh well, it doesn't matter. Do some rotation. We'll do a little bit of scaling. Do that a couple times. Okay. Distributes them in well enough. I feel like the trees maybe could be taller, but let's see how that feels when we're looking at it walking around. It's not bad, honestly. If I have like some grass and stuff in between, I think it would look really nice. Grass definitely will be something I do have to figure out. What is that syntax? The -2020 in a position? I'm not sure where it's from in the documentation. I can't remember the page for it, but there's like a few range operators and stuff that you can use in the Unity UI. I can't remember when I was told about this, but someone told me about it, and then I randomly remembered it today because it would be very useful for distributing these objects around. Had to teach our cat to catch mice. We got her as a mouser. Totally useless at it. But you get what you get. True, true. Bring food to my GF, so she might be the bottom of the ladder. So you might be the bottom of the ladder? I don't know. I don't know.
Drink some water.
Is that a random range?
Good
Multiple
job.
objects are selected? Yes, it is. Yeah, it is, Kurti. So there's random range and there's also linear distribution. Yeah, I should really let me try again to find the documentation of it. Let me try again, because I know it's out there. I specifically need the page in the Unity documentation for 6 that shows these and their usage. Please, Perplexity, you found me the answer, so you know which page it is, right? Give me the documentation. Inspector numeric fields. Yeah, there we go. It's this guy here. It's this little friend right there. Mathematical expressions. Mathematical! So you can do linear ramping. You can do random distribution. You can do the modifications, which you probably already know about, divisions, stuff like that. And you can combine expressions. So you can use mathematical expressions. For example, the expression L0 to 2 times pi produces a linear distribution of values between 0 and 2 times pi. The following example uses the linear ramp function as the argument in sine and cosine functions in x and z fields, distributes the objects in a circle. So you can do all sorts of stuff through that. That's so interesting that they don't have more like helper tools to do this. I kind of feel like a pop-up window that allows you to drive these fields would be great. Something like that, where I could just right-click on the field and select linear distribute or something like that. I'm gonna have to see if that's possible to make. It should be pretty easy to make, honestly. I'm shaking right now. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. It seems like it'd be very useful. Now she does live catch and release in my parents' house. A couple years back, she released a bird in the study and it flew into a cupboard. That's incredible. So she's bringing creatures in and letting them live. How fascinating. Thankfully, she's not orange, so I don't have to worry about that. Random little features of the Unity API and editor never cease to surprise. Yeah, it's wild how much stuff they've just got hidden in the little corners and crevices of this editor. The outside story we adopted hunts mice. Even got a small weasel once. Whoa, but he doesn't give a hit about birds. Good, I'm glad. The birds need to live. So in the morning, he and some blackbirds share his kibble. That is so adorable. You know, that's probably the result of being around the birds at a critical point where they were like forming memories, and they're just like, ah, yeah, the birds are not a threat to me, and also not good food. That's really cool. That's awesome. I sit there surrounded by cats and blackbirds. I feel like a Disney princess having a smoke. You're the true Disney princess. You're the Disney princess that they don't want to tell the truth about. That's what it is. You're a forest sage, George. That's what this means. This is your ancient, your ancestral sage history affecting the animals around you. That's why they hang out. The druid history. That's it. Not sage, but druids. Something like that. Okay, so let's do this for a couple more groups. So we've done the leafless instances. We've done pine bee. Let's do one of the birch trees. Let's do this one. So we'll create an empty parent. And what's up? Colada311. Welcome in. Thank you for the first time chat. What's your favorite IDE or code editor for C# because I'm a programming newbie and I was wondering between VS Code and Visual Studio. Honestly, it depends on what you're trying to do, Colada. I would say that if you are not intimidated by applications that have a lot of tools built into them already, you're not afraid of seeing many buttons and many things existing, you can easily ignore all of the extra stuff and focus up on what you're trying to do, then I would say Visual Studio might be better, because you may run into situations where you may need specific tools and Visual Studio will already have them, whereas Visual Studio Code you sometimes have to add plugins and stuff. But I don't know that much about Visual Studio Code, so I can't give it a good review. But I've been using Visual Studio the whole time and I found it works great. So that's what I prefer as far as like favorites go. I prefer Visual Studio, but you should use whatever you find comfortable to work in, especially as you're learning. There is no perfect answer for anything, and each of the IDEs has specializations for different things that you're trying to do. So I would say try everything right now and really like form your own opinion on what works best. That is the best advice I can give you, is just use whatever seems interesting for however long it seems interesting, get experience in, and then you yourself can decide what is best for you. And you can also do some research, and that will help a lot too. Quirty said there was a period where their cat kept getting stuck in the cupboard below the bathroom sink. Had no idea how she was doing it. Set up a camera. Turns out she was opening the drawer, getting in, ducking her head, pulling it closed on herself, and then squeezing over the drawer walls into the surrounding space to get all her treats that I'd hidden in there. She's a mastermind. What an absolute mastermind.
Cool.
Food has to be locked up around here. That sounds about right. And thank you for that follow as well. No pressure to chat. Anytime you want to hang out, you're more than welcome. That's the running joke at home. The blackbirds even found where I sit in the apartment and will sit outside the window next to my computer and just stare at me. I can basically hear them go, "Yo, princess, where them kibbles at, huh?" That's so cool. That's so cool. C# is stronger for Visual Studio, but Visual Studio Code has better AI integration if that matters to you. Hey, there you go. I appreciate the extra info. I know a guy who still uses Emacs to write Java. Dang, dang, dang. I mean, yeah, people are using all sorts of tools, so you should never weigh what is best for you purely off of what other people say. You should still try things. Like it's perfectly fine to ask and to gather information, but you should always try everything and get your own perspective on it. Unless you happen to be like me and you try Visual Studio and it works perfectly for you and you just never try anything else ever for over a decade of using software and like only occasionally try a couple other things. Such a cat thing to do. Objective achieved. No backup plan. I thought you said Colada Seto. That would have been a weird name. 3D modeling file format. I actually remember Colada. I know this name. I think Blender may still export in Colada. Or I've seen that format somewhere in my distant past. I saw someone posting on the evil Twitter website about a 3D editing software called Bryce. And I haven't thought about Bryce in like 20 years. It's been a long time since I thought about that software. But I remember tinkering around with that as a kid. Visual Studio is more forgiving to mistakes in comparison to VS Code. VS Code doesn't lock you into Windows. Yeah, these are good points. Editors and IDEs really don't matter. They're not going to make you a good programmer. Pick something you like. 100%. 100%. Visual Studio didn't make Seto competent at C#. Years of practice did. Yeah, literally banging my head against the computer for a decade got me where I'm at. So, don't worry about the tools too much. But definitely explore and try whatever you like. Or trust those that you are like seeking to model yourself after. That's not a terrible thing to do either. Like if there's some expert programmer out there that's built a million things and you respect their work heavily and you are trying to follow in their footsteps, then sure, go ahead, use what they use. Do whatever suits you. NeoVim is certainly popular. I find it wild that Vim originated on the Amiga. Thought it must have originated on Unix. One of your coworkers likes using Vim. Dang. Well, that's cool. I will be unable to help in debugging. Use AI to write Python to train AI to write Python. Cool. It's an infinitely, it's ... profit. That's how close you are now. If it matters, I use Visual Studio for C and C++ on Windows and Vim. Just regular Vim on Linux and Mac OS. Wish there was still a main AI language. Say Visual Studio. Seto upgrades his. I stick with the one from the late 90s. Yeah, we may be using Visual Studio, but Visual Studio is a very broad concept when Lenny is in the room. when Lenny is in the room, Visual Studio suddenly could mean things from like half a decade ago. From over half a decade ago. But I'm the kid. I'm the kid here. And I'm the older one in this equation. Okay, let's see. Really quickly, I'm gonna step away for just a minute because we're just about at the halfway mark. It's been a couple of hours. I could use to get rid of some old water and get myself a snack. So I'm gonna do that really quickly. Half a decade ago, it's 2021. Yep. Isn't that great? Isn't that great? I've heard people still get paid to write in Delphi. Ooh. Visual Studio suddenly become Visual Studio. That's right. It's very visual. It's virtual. It's very virtual and abstract, something to that effect. But either way, thank you for being here, and I will be back in just a minute or two. Thank you for being here, and yeah, I'll be back. Alrighty, I have made it back. And welcome in, Kench Crixie. Thanks for joining us. Hello, hello. And farewell to you. Thanks for lurking around. Thank you for being here. I'm working on Creative for the last 4 months. Yes, indeed. Who in the right mind made Kench Crixie a mod? Kench Crixie's great. What are you talking about, Lenny? Sort of ceremonial, I assure you. It's true. Speaking of the passage of time, this year you've been working in IT for 2 decades. Damn, it's a very long time, Owen Dev. Well, I think congrats on the 2 decades. That's a commitment. I hope it's been rewarding and worth it, or at least in varying stages, rewarding and worth it, if nothing else. Bum, bum, bum. I think you've heard of Krita. It's pretty good. I like it. Push it back to push out another beta. Yeah, free open source software for painting and drawing. Yep. Basically, don't do anything related to art. That's neat, though. You never know when that'll change, Kench Crixie. You never know when that'll change. It's been much better paid than my first 2 careers. Well, I am glad to hear that. Always glad to hear that. Okay, let's do this tree now. Let's move the empty over and 0 this. And I guess this has to stay at -90. We'll dupe it out. Do the same thing, I guess. Does that put it too far? Yes, it does. I do know when it will change because that's a thing I get to decide. Fair enough. Fair enough. Okay, I think we can do 20 to -20. And it's Z for that one. It kind of seems to be distributing at an odd bias right now. Almost nothing's ending up in the center. I guess that's fine. We'll move this a little bit and adjust these just a touch. Which free open source art app? I'm still using Krita. That's the one. Never get on with GAMP. I don't really think I used any open source stuff for too long. Mostly avoid art. I do draw terrible programmer sprites for testing. That's where it's at. When I'm debt free, I'm going to look for a job that pays less but has way more free time, like my old weekend factory job. Well, I hope that you can get to that as soon as possible, George. Hope you can get yourself in a more like long-term safe position, because I know debt can just be a unsettling thing to have to deal with. So I hope you can get back to a more chill tempo soon. Art is hard for sure. GIMP is a deeply unserious piece of software. Having to use it even a bit grinds my gears so much. I don't even know what you mean by deeply unserious, but I'll take that comment at face value. I think that's fine. Okay, is it y-axis or z-axis? It's y-axis this time. Random -180 to 180. Oops, forgot the ending parenthesis. Well, I'll take your word for it, Cubix. I truly mean that. I'll take your word for it. Doom, 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 doom. Yep, exactly. Free is free. Perhaps superior to Paint. I'm not sure what a good alternative is because it's never been important. Started out with Photoshop 2.5 before it had layers. Damn, like the Affinity Sweep, there's no Linux support. That really sucks that there's no Linux support too. I wonder if Canva acquiring them made that more or less likely to happen. Or if it just isn't even relevant. It's probably not even relevant. They're probably just doing their own thing no matter what. Okay, so I wonder how one does do grass. If I could do that in a timely basis. But basically, I'm just creating a couple distributions of this. Well, I'll create this one, and then I'll probably randomize it a couple times and just multi-layer them. GIMP is probably better than Paint. Happy with Inkscape or for Vector. Don't know a free open source replacement for InDesign. Serif is odd because it was a purely Windows shop for years, and then they killed all their Windows apps and made a Mac suite. So they then ported to Windows. Huh. Easiest way would probably be a bunch of billboards. Yeah, that's what Iron Shark was saying earlier too. And I just don't know if I could make some good convincing grass right now, so I'll probably avoid doing that. But either way, how does this feel, just having a bunch of trees out here? I mean, this scene definitely seems more populated. I don't know if these look good on the surface, though. It may help to have an uneven terrain of some sort. But it's better than nothing. I feel like if anything, I should just maybe have it way more dense with these. Like they should be the fundamental baseline tree that there's way more of. So we'll do more of the pine trees. Should be more size variants. You're probably right. The easiest way to do grass is to import one of the probably $50 game assets from the asset store. True. I sometimes wish that I was going that route, you know, of just using what's available to me.
So real sad, Tulix. Yeah, that guy there. He's so powerful he turned off the ads. Well, mostly. If you hate ads as much or more than you hate Jeffrey Bezos, then you're in the right place. Because if you're hearing this message, you've already gotten through any ads you'll face here. To hell with mid-roll ads. All my homies hate mid-roll ads. Who needs ad revenue, right? Ad revenue is certified whack, lame, boring. This stream is way too poppin' and real. It gives heavily. It has aura. It vibes, you know? And do the ads do that? No, they just take. It's like
that's
they're
right.
Good for nothing but rotting your brain.
That's what they do. They rot your brain. If you didn't know that. That's what the ads do. I'm trying to protect you with a different form of rotting your brain, also known as my stream. The bot needs to die. That was so bad. Thank you, Lenny. I'm glad that entertained you. I'm glad that my work can invoke feelings. We've got a few that are kind of overlapping there. We're still ending up selecting something that we shouldn't be. What are we selecting here? Image. Cutscene notification. Aha. So I have no ads or paywall on my blog. It's public service and a brain dump. It's legit. Okay, maybe it will work better with just a bunch more of these other types and then just making sure they're not overlapping each other. Oh, and they're floating still. Let's move it down. I feel like it's not the worst. I feel like it definitely would be helpful if there was some terrain height variance, but I don't really want to do that for this right now. Okay, I feel like it works better with more of these baseline evergreens kind of filling things out. I feel like this works. Granted, there's also no colliders or anything. I could just walk through it all right now. I feel like that works well enough. Because this scene will be set at nighttime as well. So this will kind of help fill in the borders. Okay, so it's not the worst. Let's Wasn't there one more? Yeah, there was this one. Let's put all of these under one empty parent that we'll call tree collection. And let's zero all of their roots. with the tree collection instead. We can lower this down. And then theoretically we can just copy paste it over. Oops. Thank you, cursor snapping system. That was interesting. And then theoretically just for the space fill. You know, it could be something to this degree. It's just definitely a lot of not necessarily. I feel like these guys don't fit. I feel like they do not fit. We remove the birches. Yeah, I feel like they just don't fit overall with it. That seems fine though. That seems okay to me. Just a bunch of trees, you know. It looks like there's a forest. I think I'm content with that. I just want to make sure there's something in the background. And then for now, I'll just delete all these. Just be adding value to big tech for pennies on the dollar. Yeah. Goal is to take money off of big tech and support fees for my free open source docs platform. There you go. I feel like it definitely distributes a little bit odd, but you know what? It works. It works fine. If anything, it actually kind of naturally created a sort of path through here. Funny enough,
The
like
human body is a
if I put large
delicate balance of
colliders on
carbon,
them,
hydrogen, nitrogen,
it would almost
calcium,
constrain you to like a
phosphorus,
maze.
and trace amounts of other elements. Above all, it is composed of roughly 60% water, and as such must be constantly replenished with this vital essence to sustain the alchemical balance of
True.
life.
I will drink some water.
Stop talking and drink.
I will.
Blah,
And
blah,
Lenny,
blah,
take
drink.
care of yourself. Thank you for
I
swinging
don't
through
believe you.
and for hanging out. I hope you have yourself a wonderful wind down
Drink
and remainder of
water.
your day.
Bro, seriously, come on, drink water.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
Thank you. Good. I'm glad you do. I feel like it would look so much better though if we had just some grass. I really am curious how hard that is to do. I wonder if Unity documentation on grass. Do they have anything? Do they cover anything on it? Grass and other details. So they mention it for the terrain system. Grass and other details. They do actually have a thing for terrain grass. There's a bunch of different modes for it. But yeah, it's like built into the terrains system. Easy ways to make grass in Unity. Let's do just a basic Google search. Now, I don't want a YouTube video. There's a forum post from 2015. I love how Google's recommending me such old stuff. Such old stuff. Oh no, you lost the double down too. Rip. It's always fun while it lasts, at least. Generic grass isn't too complicated. Adding in the wind sway and lighting is a bit trickier. Making grass in games for ages. This is very true. This is very true. Okay, it looks like someone wrote an article. Okay. Using 2018, so it's pretty old. Write a geometry shader to generate blades of grass from an input mesh's vertices and use tessellation to control the density of the grass? Huh. It's what this is what the I don't know if this is even relevant, but their end result looks really nice. Honestly, I like the way that looks. I'm gonna go and again get some antihistamines and paracetamol and hopefully sleep. Have a good stream. See y'all around. Take care of yourself, George. Thank you so much for swinging through and supporting my stream and just being a part of this little space in the first place. Please do take care of yourself, and I hope you feel very, very much better after you get some good rest. Oh, so they have a starter project? Ew, I don't want to use your starter project. I don't want to use your starter project. Geometry shaders. Are they just showing me the geometry code and everything? Kind of step through it and see what they did. So they're rendering triangles out of it. A pleasure, my guy. Bye bye. We'll catch you later, George. You know, Google made search words to keep you on the site for longer. That's a terrible choice if you ask me, because it just makes me more inclined to use a different search engine, which I'll probably start doing. I'll probably just switch over to DuckDuckGo officially. I'm just curious to see what they're actually doing here. Okay, so they just deform the mesh itself. I don't know if that's like the most efficient way to do it. And they're rotating it, then they're actually deforming a little bit. Yeah, so I don't know. This seems like it would rely on you to create a very high poly mesh. Modifying the tessellation uniform property now allows us to control the grass density. Value 5 produces good results. Yeah, this seems like it would get very heavy though. But I really don't know. It almost seems like it would be good enough. But I don't think I want to do something quite this complicated. I think I could get away with just doing billboarded images that are in like cross sections and then just do a shader that waves them. Grass is pretty complicated if you don't want to just use a bunch of billboards. Yeah, I think I would have to use a bunch of billboards if I want to do anything with it. Been on DuckDuckGo for years now. It's Bing, but anonymized. Who at least made it abundantly obvious they were beginning the process of enshittification by removing their policy of don't be evil. Yeah, that really did say it all, didn't it? It really did. So if I were to just make like a texture basically for grass, I guess. It'll look so bad. I feel like I just can't. I feel like I probably won't be able to make good grass. What brushes do we have? What could I use? Inks, markers, masking, oils. Maybe inks. How does that look? Does it look? Oh, right. I need to make a new layer. Haven't had good grass since the 90s. Damn, you ain't knowing where to shop then. Must not live in California, huh? I'm kidding. I'm just kidding. No, that looks like not good. I think it's because it's looking for pressure to change the width of the brush stroke. Dry media. Let's see what I got here. Gritty pastel. Using your mouse? Yeah, presently. I do have the tablet pen. I probably do need to use it for this. 1 second to respond to a text here. There we go. Removing that policy is the kind of thing that should have gotten everybody involved fired, but modern corporations are disconnected buffoons. Yeah, it's I think what's happened basically is the corporate culture went from being an enhancement of individual capacity in a collective to a tumorous mass that exists to extract resources from innocent bystanders. I think that's like the easiest way to summarize what I've at least observed happening with that. But maybe it was always the latter. Should use it then? Yeah, I probably should. You can't avoid good grass in some places. You can't avoid good grass in some places in California. I remember just walking down the street normally and having a cloud of smoke just dripped over. Yeah. California is something else. It's really something else. Just depends on where you are in California, I guess. All right, I have a little snack cookie thing that I need to finish here. Fundamental incentive structure for the C-level has nothing to do with the performance of their companies. And I just wouldn't understand well enough to be able to speak on it too much. Make money by any means necessary. Least expenses, yeah. Extraction destruction system has no downside for these idiots. True. You know, as long as their house stays cleaned by someone else and their car keeps getting shinier and more self-drivey and all the things, all the luxuries are still there. What would they care? Difference between Apple under Jobs and Apple under Cook. Why does Apple take a 30% cut of the walled garden? It's totally disproportionate to the cost of betting apps. Yeah, because don't you have to pay a ton of money just to get something put up on the iOS like app store? And welcome in, Frosty. Hello to you, Frosty. Hello, hello, hello. Okay, very quickly, I'm going to munch down this little snack item that I have and just kind of mess with the brush strokes for a moment. Welcome in, Cool Gamer 123156749. Welcome in. Hope you're doing good. Thank you for swinging by. Let me get myself some more tea here as well. This thing's dry as shrapnel. Isn't the fundamental purpose of a corporation simply what greedy people want it to be and have guided it towards for like 60 years? Yeah, because I feel like a corporation fundamentally is like the unification of multiple people with a shared interest towards advancing a specific industry or product or set of products, and it's just turned into an extraction system. But I don't know anything about anything, so literally don't listen to me on this. It's probably safer for your mind and your sanity. Yeah, hope you're well, Cool Gamer. Welcome in. Thank you for chickening as well. Did basically make the dev sub free now.
Yeah, cool.
Fortunately, I live in EU where Apple is forced to allow alternate stores. Huh. I can see myself moving to Linux on ARM hardware made in Korea for everything except the phone. I don't know. I don't know what I think I'm just gonna keep using what I'm using, honestly. But I don't worry about these things as much. All right, I'm gonna finish this little snack item here. Okay, there we go. Jeez. Sorry about that. Well, actually, sorry, not sorry. I did need to eat something. At basic level, it's a means of optimization through collective effort. It's just very exploitable in some ways. Yep. And unfortunately, like, I think we've relied on, yeah, it's like, how do you get people to self-regulate in a way that's best for the collective, right? I think that's the time-old issue that's always going to be faced. It's like, how do you get people to, like, without torturing them and offering harsh consequence, how do you get people to realize that the best option is to personally align with the collective good? I don't know. Seems like religious folks have been trying to do that for a while, and it's had mixed results. And the law and order folks have too. For a long time, we relied on cultural momentum. True. I feel like we've entered. I just feel like we've entered a weird stage. I should be careful talking about this stuff though, so I won't. We've entered a weird stage of things though. Okay, so maybe something like this could work. So like buying refurbished rather than new. Interesting. I'm more of a brand new only kind of individual. But that's mostly because I don't buy things very often at all. So when I do, I'm buying something that's brand new so that I don't potentially cheap out and waste money. I feel like this would not look good. I don't know what grass looks like. I barely go outside enough to tell. I'm just going to try layering some color a little bit and then seeing what billboarding it looks like. I feel like it won't work very well. But who knows? You know? I don't. So I'm just going to layer colors. And then what if I just like crop it a little bit more? So there's less empty space at the sides. At the top. And then we'll just export this nonsense and just see what it would look like. We'll call it grass. Yeah, I've got a lot of artwork stuff to learn. Very, very large amount of artwork stuff to learn. Apparently people are universally better at working collectively where club membership is higher. If you bowl together with people of different religions and politics, you don't see them as others. Humans have done terrible things on every inch of the planet. But we have better cleaning products now. Yeah, I guess that's something. I don't like it when other stinky humans have touched the things I buy. That's reasonable, Frosty. That's a reasonable perspective. Unfortunately, all systems are fundamentally operated by humans, which are corruptible. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. And honestly, like, I think it says a lot about humanity when the concept of an all-knowing being existing isn't even enough to scare people into like doing better, right? Like when that concept exists in the world, and like granted, you know, it's not convincing for everybody, but even for the people that it does convince, they're still not able to to like self-regulate well enough. I think that says a lot about humanity and the interesting issues that it faces. So it would be a quad, right? It would be a quad. And then we put the grass on the quad. Can we create a material directly from the grass texture? Nope. Kind of wish we could do that. And then I should probably make it so it allows alpha, transparent, and then it would GPU instance. Quad's right there. We'll throw the grass material on it and see how awful it looks. I think it needs to render on both faces. Both. Why does it look like that? Oh, it's got specular. Rid of that. Why does it still have specular? The metallic is set to 0. Specular. Why do you have a is it because of the base color? No, has nothing to do with that. There's like a strange specular panel that still exists. Preserve specular lighting. Don't preserve specular lighting. Now it's gone. Let's switch back to metallic maybe. Camaraderie has been one of the strongest motivators in human history. Part of the modern issue is actually just the number of people there are and how big systems have gotten. Yeah, there's simply such a vast number of people. Well, damn, I'm sorry you feel that way, Owen. Can't be comrades of 400 million people. True. Can only assume they don't actually believe, or they're just actually not smart. Yeah, maybe. You can't be smart and believe in God and also go against God. Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? But I think it speaks to like maybe there's a level of self-regulation that's just really, really hard to manage because of the structures we built societally, right? Like maybe there's some decisions that have been made that have pushed things in a direction where it's like the act against one's best interest is just so easily done that you don't realize it. Specular highlights, we don't need that, or environment reflections. We don't need any of these things. Maybe that's why it's got that little line still. Try removing both of those. It's still got that. I wonder if that's just like an anti-aliasing line. So what I'll probably have to do is like desaturate this and run it through. Maybe I'll just end up painting the grass in Blender instead. But yeah, if we did something like this, it probably wouldn't look the best. But maybe it would be good enough for something at least. Oh, because let's see, you billboard it, right? That's how it works. So it's like a look at constraint. I don't think there's like, is there an actual billboard? Billboard renderer. There is. Billboard asset. Okay. How does that work? I've never made a billboard asset before. Nor do I know if that's the right choice to make, honestly. Turn on alpha clipping? Oh, okay. I'll do that. We'll switch that on. Hey, that did work. Thank you, Cubics. Thank you. That absolutely worked. That got rid of the little line at the top of it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And fun fact, even brand new stuff is touched by stinky humans, the ones that made it in the factory. It's giving me the ick. Still didn't have automated sewing machines yet. I said not for long, but I didn't say what I meant by long. Oh, did I miss one? Oh yeah, not for long. Robo factories are on the way. This is very true. I think it's easier in societies that don't put everyone in competition with each other. That's definitely true. But competitive cultures just sort of inherently fracture themselves. Yeah, I don't know if I know of anything other than that. But I'm also not very well versed in the world itself, so. Okay. So we have that. I'm curious if there's like a specific thing I should be using though. Is there a specific material one should use in Unity for stuff like grass? Like I want to make sure that there's not like some specific thing I'm supposed to do. Use a material with alpha clipping and GPU instancing. Okay, so we've got both of those boxes ticked. Hey, what up? Welcome in, Max. Welcome, welcome. Things other than that, for example, your own community that helps each other. True, true. Hey, Max. I hope you're doing good, dude. Welcome to the zone. Welcome to the dev zone. Welcome. Built-in terrain system. So I'm not using the terrain system. I'm using URP. Surface type opaque, but with alpha clipping enabled. Okay, so opaque with alpha clipping is what I'm seeing. So we should have this opaque but alpha clipped. Ah, all right. And now we get a shadow from it. We get a shadow from it with the texture being red, correct? That's so interesting. Okay, that's cool. I didn't know you could do that. It actually respects the texture. That's really neat. Mutual aid, absolutely. Doing good. How about you? I'm doing great, Max. I'm glad to hear you're doing good today. Hell yeah. That's what alpha clipping does. That's very cool. I had no idea. Had absolutely no clue. Okay, so I mean, theoretically, we could just have something like that, I guess. Or I guess have the grass always face the camera, but I don't know how that would look. Because I think it would be making sure that it's always looking at the camera. And then we would use an up object or something like that to keep the up angle facing the same. Which we could just use anything, but we could use like the game scene critical asset, for example, to keep the up object. Use up object, this, and then the constraint is going to be the main camera. Main camera, and then if I activate it, oof, why did we rotate that way? Oh, it's probably because I need to, oh, and I can't adjust roll. Let's deactivate. Why can't I adjust roll? Maybe we won't use the up object? I think it's because the texture orientation isn't the same as like the quad's default. With grass, probably best to have large patches instead of small tufts. Yeah, I'll definitely be experimenting with it. I just wanted to see if I could throw anything together and see how good or bad it looks. Okay, maybe I won't use the world up object. And we'll try just activating it at that. Yeah, that works fine. Okay, so if we do something like that, let's deactivate the other one. How How bad does that look? And does it always like face up at the camera too? Yeah, it does. So I don't want it to rotate like that. So I think I do need the up object. Make the grass stalk the player though. Yeah, that's why I wanted to not be super large.
Time for a posture check. Sit
Oh, thank
up
you,
and
Dragon
stretch.
Ball. Thank you. I will have that posture check. And yeah, I can't say I've ever lived anywhere that has a sense of community, but I've never reached out to the place I live. I'm glad that you can say that's the case for where you're living, though, Owen Dev. That's awesome. Just want to limit the XZ access. Not sure if Unity does that conveniently. I think it does with the constraint settings if I just uncollapse this. Yeah, it totally does. I think we should be able to... Oh, wait, no. Lock, rotation at rest, rotation offset. I don't know if that matters. Yeah, I don't think that helps anything. So I think I just need to use the world up object and make sure it's correct, I guess. Did it turn out the game scene critical assets is rotated weird? It's not. Maybe I'll just use a rotation constraint or something like that. And I'm working on some grass right now, Max. Do everything in code. The actual editor is incidental to my work. Yeah, that must be nice. That must be a nice workflow to have. Sometimes it would seem like the better road from my experiences. World up object. So I'm gonna try just setting the empty here again as the world up. Activate. So why are you rotated that way?
Set Olix. Water detected. Consume it.
Oh right, I never unlocked my head rotation. There we go. I will consume some water.
Computerized Sehatalix reporting in via intercom. Ads are off, but my harassment is unending. Hey chat room. Hey chatting people in the chat. Are you having a good time? Imagine how much worse it'd be with an advertisement for a gambling company or a hair loss supplement. Wait, actually, real Sehatalix is starting to go bald in his 30s. Maybe he could use that ad after all.
Maybe I
Good
could.
job. I
Although
hope you
I don't think the
enjoyed
ad
that
changes
water.
anything. I think I still stay the same, even if the ad plays. Sometimes it isn't. Well, I guess yeah. I mean, as it goes with anything, there's always going to be some sort of a workflow trade-off eventually, right? It's got to be. So can we rotate you that way? No, we can't. Okay, so then maybe what I do is I put it in an empty. So we remove component, we create an empty parent, we rotate this back to what it was. We have the look at constraint, we have our up object, set to this guy, set this to the main camera. Hit activate on that. Now it's in a completely different spot. Did I not zero the position? I did not. Okay, and then it would just rotate this 90 degrees that way. And then does it work? Does everything look correct during runtime? Online communities are also real communities. At least on the Twitch streams I hang out in, people are always helpful. Yeah, I just, internet's always interesting. No, that's not... Okay. Alright, that's cute. It's not really what I'm looking for. I feel like at this point it would be better to just build my own component. If I can't set the rotation to not... Because what I could theoretically do is use a rotation constraint, but I'm pretty sure that all the constraint does is just every fixed update, it probably tells it like, oh, you've gone over the bounds of this. Let's make sure that's set. We would want to freeze rotation in the for this object, it would be the x-axis, I guess. as a subscriber. Said about talking about ads is more disruptive than actual ads would be because I don't have to watch those. That's true. Okay, that's not doing anything by the looks of it. Did I activate it? I did. Constraint settings. Freeze rotation axes. Does it require a source for this? That defeats the whole purpose. What if we set the source? I'm about ready to just build my own component for this, or give up on it too. Anyway, have a good one, everybody. You too, Kench Crixie. Thank you again for swinging by today. All the internet places I used to hang out are just people with shared interests and no sense of community at all. Don't go there anymore. Deterioration of third space is a real problem in a lot of places. And here I sit as like someone who's not even like socially savvy enough to really know the significance of this, I think. So we'll apply that. Does it still not? I feel like that's a lot of extra rotation constraint to be doing. But maybe it's not a big deal. No, it still does it? What a piece of actual garbage. What a piece of actual garbage. Okay, let me look at maybe the billboard renderer is what I'm supposed to use for this. I don't know what the billboard renderer is though, so let's find out. Unity billboard renderer. What is that? Third spaces is in places where people can just hang out without being in a commercially or economically productive scenario. Ah, that isn't somebody's house. Gotcha. Okay. Thank you for clarifying. I appreciate that. Billboard renderer component. Okay, so we can at least look at this and see what the hell it's about. If it wants to capture, which it never does. We tried this. Did a little bit of this button and then a little bit of this button. There we go. So we're in the scripting API, or we're in the manual? We're in the manual right now. This is where I want to be. Oh, it tells me nothing? General properties for the root of the component. It legit tells me nothing about it. 2D images for low level of detail. 2D billboards for low LOD meshes. Billboard renderer component reference. Billboard asset reference. It's legit useless. It explains nothing to me. Okay, there's probably like a Unity learn or a help post somewhere that's supposed to do that. Let me look at it at least. Billboard renderer. And it says it takes in billboard assets. Does that mean I have to like mark grass as a billboard? Sprite, cursor. Nope, I don't see anything in there for it. Is there a create billboard asset? Create, rendering, render textures. Nope, I don't see a billboard asset there. App UI, scriptables, Direct3D 12 settings. That certainly wouldn't be it. Terrain, shader, scene. Nope, I see no billboard asset that I can create. URP 2D renderer, URP universal renderer, environment library, Blender settings, 2D. Okay, I don't see a thing to create it, so it must be derived from something, maybe? Who knows? Single channel directional light map. Yeah, I don't know. Bum, 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 bum. So I think maybe I can't use the billboard because I don't know what a billboard asset is or how to create it. Create. Vulkan settings. Yeah, I don't see a thing for it. Unity billboard asset. Legacy documentation. Does it not exist? Is it like, am I looking at something that's like some old relic that they don't want you using anymore? Billboard asset reference. It literally shows nothing. It's just the properties of the thing. Yo, Unity, come on, man. What are you doing with this? Techniques and resources for using 2D billboards to simplify 3D meshes that are far away. So I'm not dealing with 3D meshes that are far away. So it's probably not even for my case here, but it literally doesn't show me anything useful whatsoever. All right, so what we will do is we will just have them look laterally towards the camera, and I guess because of the nature of how the constraints and everything are built, it may not be as easy as I would like to do that, but we'll continue to give this a little bit of an effort here. I'm not entirely convinced that I'm using all of this stuff correctly. It could be there's some other small detail that I'm missing here. So we try just hitting play again. And I'll try like messing with the settings and see if anything has a more positive effect, because it looks like no matter what, it's still rotating in all three axes in the strangest of ways that I could think it would. So I don't think the up object does anything. If we get rid of the up object, it puts it like that. If we set the roll to -90, I guess it would be. -90. Does it stay facing me? No, it ends up pitching up like that eventually, which I just don't want. And there's no other settings I have for that. And rotation around the 4th axis. This will do it. Constraint. So look at constraint, parent constraint, rotation constraint. Constraint settings, rotation at rest. And it's the Z axis, it's the Z axis at rest. Which one would it be? Let's deactivate this. It'd be our X axis that needs to stay at 0. Just the X axis, frozen at 0. Does that actually work? Can that actually work? It looks like no. It looks like the look at constraint just enforces its rotation instead, no matter what. And hello to you, Ray Vega 423. Welcome in. Yeah, I'll just write a thing for it really quickly. This is not worth the time. So I guess that'll just be a generic thing. I could maybe put this into like object management or something like that. Do I have something specific? Object management. Got a bunch of stuff for colliders and rotating. Yeah, we can put it in here. Create on a behavior. Camera look without X. Or constrained, well, I'll call it constrained camera look. Well, now I won't do anything. Now I won't do anything. I'm gonna hit escape and hope that I don't send it into a loop. OpenStreetMap has so much metadata. It's amazing. Well, I'm glad to hear this. We have Firefox and WaterFox. What about EarthFox? It's a good question, honestly. Or even Satoli Fox. And thank you for the 3-stream streak, Ray Vega. Thank you. Thanks for hanging out. Okay, we'll rename it from Visual Studio. We'll call it Constrained Object Targeting. Control X, Control Y, Control Z. Have them all set to true by default. Or AirFox, great question. If it's the Chinese elements, you'd have Metal Fox too. That sounds cool. Satoli Fox, is that Setilix's fursona? To have a fursona, I would have to identify that way. So no, wouldn't be. Public void, and we'll just call this like update increment or tick, I guess. Oh, we can do, I'll just do this. Yeah, actually we'll do this. If we don't control any of them, then return if not enabled. We want to return. Tempted to resist talking about Linux because I have nothing but grateful every day that I switch to Linux from Windows. Well, I'm glad that you feel that way, although it has definitely been something that I can't really conversate with you too much about, because I don't really relate with the whole Linux talk, and Linux is like a plague conversationally. No offense to you, but it's just like an inescapable topic for me. If I could, I would escape it entirely. But that's, again, nothing against you. It's just like it's been like the most common topic that like I have zero interest in that's ever been discussed in my stream. I think it's brought up almost every single week, if not day. You do software, it's inevitable. Yeah, I feel like there's a bunch of things that I do that I like enjoy, and I don't make it everybody's business, right? That's my thought. Like I use an operating system and I use software, but I don't feel the need to, like, you know, delve into that for hours. I just use what I'm using. It's like really it's easier to be like, huh, well, naturally, than it is to be like, huh, but why all the time? You know, that's my thought process. Said OS Win. I don't care about operating systems, so never, probably never. And then all I'm gonna do is for each of them, so we'll get the var root destination equals, and I guess it's just going to be vector3 look, or no, it'd be quaternion look direction or look rotation, and then it's going to be var distance or direction 2. Yeah, jokes aside, it is definitely a massive mountain of work. I commend anybody for going down that road of making those things. Public transform target. And the direction 2 is just going to be transform position subtracted from target position. Direction 2 without the y. And that becomes our rotation. If we're not including the, so if we do control y 0, otherwise direction 2 y. Let's see, no, it would be not control y 0, direction 2 x. And I think maybe I wouldn't have to do anything like that, and then rotation destination equals, I think I have to do a little bit more. It will be just direction 2 in the end, though. One problem for people that have strong interest in a particular field. For example, I'm a car bore, but I realize that for most people, a car is just an appliance. Yeah, and I feel like in the operating system space, there isn't that thought process of an operating system is just an appliance, right? It's just an operating system. But we can still talk obsessively about trains, right? I mean, you can talk about whatever you want. It's just a matter of how much I can be involved in your conversation. So if your goal is to talk with me about trains, I may not be able to have much conversation with you, but you're welcome to like chat with amongst each other if you have a common shared interest in trains, right? Direction 2 dot. So then I want to wait. Actually, we want to get a rotation destination, but I actually want this as the Euler angles. Funny enough, you're an American. Your train infrastructure is shit. You treat me like I am some sort of like I've been around and I'm very, very American kind of individual. You do this numerous times. It's very interesting. I think I'm probably. I probably have the least experience with the outside world compared to anyone else my age, unless they've got like disabilities and are like, you know, prone to bed rest and stuff like that. Like I've gone out and experienced very few things. I literally know nothing about the train infrastructure. I don't know. I haven't traveled. I don't exist. So like using the American generalization doesn't work very well because ultimately like I'm not attached to these things or really knowledgeable about them or affected by them because I don't utilize them.
Coal or
Rotation
nuclear?
destination.
Nuclear wins hands down, cleaner, more efficient, and less smoky. Coal's just the old school villain choking the planet, let's not romanticize it.
I'm glad to hear him say that.
Warning. Two
Yeah, what's
nerdy
up,
nerds
two
raid
nerdy
incoming.
nerds? What's
Repeat,
going
two
on?
nerdy
Welcome
nerds raid
in.
incoming.
Welcome, welcome, welcome. Thank you so much for the raid. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Two nerdy nerds. Welcome in, Bernardo and Celine. Welcome in, Fody Game Dev. Bernardo, Celine, I hope you all are well. I hope you had a wonderful stream. Thank you very, very much for choosing to join us over here today. I'm just working on, I'm being a terrible artist, and I'm trying to make like a grass that's kind of billboarded or something like that. If you didn't already, please do follow the Two Nerdy Nerds. I hope you had a wonderful time over there. And thank you so much for choosing to join me today. For those of you who may not know, I'm Sedilix.
Thanks for
working on a
hitting that
game
button.
called Mox and Larceny, and that's the end of my spiel. There's a message there if you wanna know more about the game. And right now I'm messing around with trying to add some trees and some other things to the scene because I wanted to just do something a little bit more chill today. I've got to do more like intensive checking of everything in my evening today, so I kind of wanted to spend some time just doing the relaxing art side. But I'm trying to populate the scenes. I've got like a ton of trees now, like way ton of trees, and trying my hand at making any sort of grass. Lovely stuff. Visuals can be super rewarding when you get through it. Yeah, I think I'll feel better about it once I've had time to like step away from it and then look at it again the next day. That's usually when I feel the most rewarded when it comes to working on art stuff. It's Friday. We came for chill vibes. Well, you found them. Thank you for joining. Thank you. I hope the project progress has been going super well. If y'all were up to anything in particular today, you know you're always welcome to shout out and about it. And please do get dinner and stuff like that. Take care of your bodies and brains. You must. Touching virtual grass. Nice. That's the plan, Fody. That's the plan. And yeah, it may be worth it, Ray Vega. I can't say. Came up with her name. We did realize we made a tongue twister. Oh, we didn't realize we made it a tongue twister until it was too late. Hey, at least it's pretty funny though. It's pretty funny when people trip and fall, or at least when I trip and fall trying to say your name. It's Friday, then it's Saturday, Sunday. What? That's weekdays. That's how that works, cool gamer. So I was going to try and use Unity's built-in components for this, and it just failed spectacularly. So now I'm really quickly trying to throw something together on my own. Rotation destination. And then can we just set that transform rotation equals destination? It's Saturday, Sunday. What? This must be a reference that I don't get. This must be rotation equals destination. Oh, right, because I made it Euler pointlessly. Let's just do this for now. And we're only controlling. Oh yeah. This is just wrong in general. So we'll leave this as 0 because I want to ignore the vertical. This is a vertical locked object targeting. So we'll just call it vertical lock look at. And then for now, I'll just ignore the fact that I ever put booleans here in the first place. Okay, so then we set this up to, I guess it would be update. And just call tick. And then we'll see how that ends up looking. But yeah, I hope y'all had a wonderful stream, and thank you so much for joining me over here. I'm only a little bit anxious about uploading this to itch tomorrow and having people experience the like 2 minutes of gameplay that it has. But I'm excited to get to a point where I'm actually like kind of building things in the scene and actually doing something more than just focusing on mechanics all day. Although today I'm still having to fix things. Okay, so then it was called the vertical lock look at. Will turn out great. Well, even if it doesn't, it's a step forward for me. Getting to the point where I've actually got something out there that people can look at, and going from there, you know. Because it's just been too long since I've even uploaded anything, and I need to really start working from a perspective of let's make the game playable and keep it playable while I keep working on it. It's Friday, then it's Saturday, Sunday. Go Mufasa is the YouTube search for the reference. Good vibes video. This sounds like brain rot, but maybe it's not. Stream was good. Celine was texturing some sci-fi doors, and I was trying to make our end of run screen more dopamine inducing. Ooh, well, best of luck with that. I hope it's gone well. I haven't seen this. I guess I'll check this out maybe. It's something that every F1 fan knows. I see. Explains why I would have no idea. Because I don't know what F1 is. I got no idea. Okay, so does that work? Does that rotate correctly? Yeah, there we go. So why couldn't Unity do that for me? That's what I would love to know. Why couldn't Unity make one simple thing work? Getting there? Hell yeah. There we go. Okay, now it's doing what it should. So it may look a little funny, but it's at least working. F1 is the predecessor to F2. That sounds about right. That does sound correct to me. I'm no expert, but this sounds legitimate. So then what if I had a bunch of these? What if we have like a grass collection? Create empty parent. Let's make this a prefab too. Bum bum bum. Prefabs. Do I have something for environment? Yes, I do. And this should be named grass.
Drink. Water.
Having good foundations is
water.
really important, though.
Are you drinking yet? Good job.
Having good
I
foundations is
hope
really
you
important.
enjoyed that
Shit,
water.
I think I've dropped the context for this particular thing, Cubics. My apologies. Having good foundations for games? Yes, I assume that's what the context is. And yeah, you're right. I just really hate taking forever to get to that solid foundation of actually having something that I feel like people would have fun with. But I guess things got to take as long as they take. Never watched F1, and I know it too. It's one of those 10 million view viral videos. Yeah, and I just have never really I've never really been in touch with that stuff, I guess. Right beside the escape key. Yeah, you're right. That's where F1 is. You're right. Context of working on mechanics all day. Yes, you're right. You're right. It does need to be fundamentally, like, foundationally good. Okay, so I'm just gonna do about a ton of these, and probably regret it. But we'll see what it looks like at least. Make sure the center is correct. Somewhere out there. Select all of these, and then we'll do the randomization again. Randomization! Do -20 to 20. Something like that. Then, are they in the ground still? Yes, they are. So how bad does that look? How awful does that look? It's honestly not the worst thing in the universe, I guess. Let's add a bunch more. Out of here, have a good stream. Thank you for dropping in, Frosty in Canada. Do take care of yourself. Have yourself a wonderful one. And we will catch you later whenever you swing on through. Too saturated? I agree. Yeah, I'm more focused on just like the distribution of them, and like making sure it at least looks sort of correct. And then I'll do a repaint of the image because I'm not happy with the texture of it at all.
I wish I could feel
Let's try
happiness.
doubling the amount. I wish you could too, son. Maybe do 25? It's like 23 or 22 maybe. Yeah, something to that effect. Well, no, I guess it is going to be 20 by 20. Random 20, 20 seems to be fine, or negative 20. Attended an F1 race in person in Australia in 2001. Dang, dang, dang. One day out with a large group of Irish and Dutch folks from the hostel I was staying in. Interesting. SteamOS is pretty good. Yeah, I've heard good things about it. Okay, I feel like it doesn't look the worst, honestly. I feel like beyond the color being bad, it's not the worst that it could be. Let's randomize the scales a little bit too. I can randomize the scales and the heights ever so slightly too. Let's do the heights first. Random negative 0.28 to 0, I guess. And then random 0.8 to 2, or we'll do 1.2, I mean. Stick to that. There's at least a little bit of variety to it. And then, yeah, I'll try adjusting the color for it and stuff like that. I think it's not the worst, though. I feel like it'll work for the use case here. Okay, so let me try making some adjustments. Although it looks like the lighting is completely different on one side compared to the other, but I guess there's probably not much I can do about that. Steam Deck is a really nice system. GF has been using it lately as her main system because the cooling in her laptop died. Oh, damn! Only supports the Steam Deck.
Yeah,
makes sense.
cool.
Makes sense. Yeah, cool. Yeah, cool. So what if we just just go ahead and
cool.
desaturate it? Very cool.
Yeah, cool.
I hear you, son. I hear you, bud. Layer effects. I think it's...
Hey there, everyone. It's me,
Hey there,
Artificial
everyone.
Circletulix. I'll try to keep this guy from doing anything interesting while you're good. Oh, wait, there's no ads. This is just a moment to think about supporting the stream now. We all love this stream, right? Rhetorical question.
Rhetorical question.
We all love this stream, so hang out, tell a friend, watch the YouTube, consider this a call to action or whatever.
Yeah, something like that. Hue saturation, there it is. You can't even see the submenus, and that sucks. Can't see the hue saturation stuff that I'm messing with. We'll try something more like that. Bum, bum. Do 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 do. Brass. Save that. Okay, it definitely works better darker colored. I think I still just need like way more of it, honestly. I'm scared to make them wider, but a part of me wonders if maybe it would look better like that. Dun, dun. I feel like they need to be smaller so they don't look too ridiculous. Let's just double the number again. How bad can it perform, honestly? I genuinely don't know. Oh, not that one. Bum, bum. And the shadows are the only things that look a little bit weird. A little bit peculiar. I feel like it would work if I put like some sort of a, maybe a normal map on it or something. Looks all wrong from this side though. So I think maybe the best to remove the shadows. Yeah, I think you're right. I think the shadows are gonna look way too odd. Doom, doom, doom. Do not receive shadows. But yeah, I think a normal map would definitely do some good for it. I've got to figure out if there's like a really easy way I can just generate some sort of a normal map, just to have some sort of the illusion of depth and surface difference. It's tolerable. I feel like it's tolerable. I'll definitely need to take some time and actually get better at art, brush up the grass skills. I think you need to make the grass lower and wider. I'm worried about making it too wide because then when it rotates, it's going to look funny. But I can probably put it lower. I mean, we can try doing them lower and wider too. We can experiment around with this. Because I think the low height that it was at was like -0.3. So we could do like random of -0.3 to, or I guess it would be -0.6 to -0.3. To make them lower at least. Yeah, it lowers and make the grass shorter. Yeah, I knew what you meant. And on the X, we can do a random between like 1 and 3, just to see what that looks like. Bum, bum, bum. You might be right, Cubics. It definitely looks more populated with the wider panels. It's just like it's really obnoxious when we're walking next to it and it's like very obviously rotating. That's my only concern with the wide panels of it. I do feel like it looks better though. Like the space that it occupies makes more sense. Maybe make it not rotate, maybe. And just have like random preset rotations of everything and not do billboarding in that sense. Could do a quick experiment on this. So let's go in and switch that off. And then what I would want to do is double them and then rotate them again. That's going to be so many meshes. That's so many meshes. And then if we just rotate them all 90 degrees, just for the sake of like experimenting. Yeah, I'll have to adjust for the back face is not rendering correctly. Yeah, I feel like it doesn't look right when they're not rotating at all though. Like I just have to have a ton more. I don't know how performance intensive these are. Maybe if they're static and like all of that, it's not too big of a deal. Yeah, let's make there not be shadow casting either. I agree with this. Oh, I think it's not on the material, it's on the mesh itself or the quad. Cast shadows off. So it still looks strange. It might be because of the back face rendering, just doing odd things. I wonder if I need to like bake the lighting. Let me see if we generate lighting really quickly. Shouldn't take too long. My GPU might get a little bit heated, but it should be fine. I was surprised by how fast this stuff works on an actual RTX card. Okay, it didn't change anything on those. Drawing a ton of instance meshes is very cheap. Yeah, because I genuinely do not know. Like you have the work with renderers perspective to provide you context for this, whereas I kind of am just hopeful it's not doing anything too crazy. Okay, so why are we still... Plus, I can honestly say I've never worked with like hundreds of thousands of objects in a scene. I've just never done that. So what else is causing you to have shading on your back face like this? It looks like it's like this on both sides though. What's going on with that? Mesh instancing is explicitly designed to be really cheap. That's good to know. I figure that is the case. I just didn't know how flexible that like cheapness is. What if we do unlit? What if we do URP unlit for the grass? feel like that works better, but it's going to make it so like at night it looks terrible, I think. Looks weird from above. It looks weird from all angles, I would say. What may be an issue is just having a ton of game objects. Yeah, like that's the concern. I have no idea how Unity handles that and how many objects it can handle without issues. I don't either. So that's the thing. I may have to look into using the terrain system a little bit at some point. Add a manual darkening system for the grass that directly talks to the day-night system. Yeah, because then I could just go into each of them and tell them like their overall material color brightness, or just adjust the shared material and just adjust it that way. Could theoretically do that. Well, for now it's something. It's something there. I'll keep tinkering with the idea. For now, I'll put more grass on the other side and just see how it all feels having it out there. I am curious though how many game objects you can have in a scene. In Unity game objects per game objects limit per scene. What kind of a thing? INPC can manage several million vertices, where a mobile device targets around 100,000. So if I'm just doing a bunch of quads, like I don't know, does game object itself have limit per scene memory wise? Yeah, vertices is not game object. Tests show over 100,000 is possible. The real limitation is the about 2 million U objects internal memory objects tracking limit, which dictates how much memory the engine can allocate, often causing crashes when memory limits are exceeded. So, millions? Main concern is having objects themselves. Yeah, because I would think I'd be able to like shader instance it or do something else, but maybe something else happens on the back end. I know setting things as static helps too. Yeah, it's getting warm in my office, I'll tell you that. Really quickly, I'm actually gonna switch on the air conditioning. Give me just a second. I will be right back. Okay, there we go. That should slowly start making a difference here. Get these earbuds back in. Okay, I'll definitely have to look some stuff up. For now, it doesn't have to be perfect, but I wanted to have something at least. Maybe if I throw the a couple of the bushes in too, because I think I have some bushes. I do have this little guy. We can toss a couple of those in there too, in random distribution, although I should get that into a bush collection. And we'll do the same thing. We'll just spawn a bunch of them and all that. Did it center it? Why did it? I wish that when you add an empty parent, it would at least center to like the origin of the objects you've selected. Like the grouped center would be nice. Yeah, maybe what I'll end up doing is following that little grass shader tutorial. If anything, it could be good. Could be good to just do that. Worth a try. I would say so. Compared to what I've got right now, it'd probably be worth trying. Probably worth it. I'm no expert, but I think that's safe to say. Just throw a few bushes in there. They're kind of not good. Let's just do 0.5 to 2 on the X and Z, and then maybe see how that looks. Gives them some different Oh, no, it'll be fine. We can do the height too. Lower them down a little bit. It's something. It's something, you know, and that's the goal, is to have something. Do they just look like green rocks? They just look like green rocks. They just look like moss-covered rocks. We'll go without the bushes. We'll go without the bushes. They just look like green rocks. Get rid of those guys. Okay, I mean, it's something. How would these look? I wonder how they would look if they were both cross-sectioned like that. Like if we did, if this was naturally cross-sectioned like that. And then I would have to get rid of half of them, or we'll just reposition all of them. So now we're over doubling. We'll just make even more meshes in the scene. What's the worst that can happen? It doesn't seem to have any impact so far, but I think that's just because this computer is doing well. Random -20 to 20. So now we'll have just an absurd amount. There's an absurd amount of grass out here. And then let's set these to be able to look and see how that feels. Oh, I think the rotation did not apply. Did I only turn one of them on? No, they're all on. Was I just not noticing? It's starting to become a hallucination where I don't notice the difference. No, it's just not doing anything. Vertical look at main camera. Are there too many? Are there too many and it won't run? Is that is that what's happening right now? Because they're all activated. They should technically be working. I wonder if there's actually too many of them and they won't run. Let me switch it back off here. Let's see. Let me just change the overrides. That's so many objects. I don't know if it's going to like that. Revert all. Okay, that set the positions and rotations back. You probably don't have too many. Yeah, I would assume it would be able to handle all this, but I've been wrong. I've been wrong in my life. Does that adjust it back here? No. So now since I've modified them, there's no going back on that. Can we revert this component? Nope. Reset. There we go. And set it to main camera. Main camera. Yeah, they're just not rotating now. I wonder if it is possible that there's too many of them. Does my code just not work now? Let's put this on the tree just to verify. No, it definitely works. Oh, it is working. Wait a minute, what? Is it only rotating one of the two quads? Did I make it... What? Vertical look at direction 2. Transform rotation of the root object, which is this. And then it's looking at the camera. What? Huh? Okay, so it's acting unintuitively, which means I've done something ridiculous. What have I done? Are these just duplicates that shouldn't be here? It looks like the cross-section isn't working, though. Yeah, these ones are rotating and the others are not. Static batching and instance shaders. When the player is active, instancing is disabled. Oh, is it because it's static? Right, I can't have it static. Silly me. I set it to static while I was testing, having them still. And that makes sense why it broke. See, there we go. You just gotta remember to check the whole context in which you're working so that you don't make false assumptions and lead yourself down a rabbit hole that goes nowhere. Okay, once it does that, we will change it again. Save. Okay, now they rotate. Everything work? Seems like it works. I guess the reality is the way I've rotated it, it makes one of the grass panels always perpendicular to view, so I need to rotate the whole thing 45 degrees. All these guys. Like that. And then we should always be seeing the cross section, like the side of one of each of the panels. Yeah. I don't know if that's better, but I feel like it looks more visually distributed, at least with the cross section of them. And thank you for lurking, Cubics. I feel like that's okay. I feel like it's not great. Maybe I'll feel better about it tomorrow. Maybe I'll do a different texture in general. But I feel like it's not terrible. I think the rotation is wrong. It is. Wait, huh? Let's just do -45 and 45. Now they're looking funny. What? Oh, it's a bunch of like, oh, that's why. It's because I randomized it on all of these, and I think maybe selected the children and rotated them. No, they're not. This is a cross section of one of them. Why are they like that? It must be the scale. It's the scale.
Alchemical balance
It's the
of carbon,
scale. Okay,
hydrogen,
it's fine.
nitrogen, calcium, phosphorus, and trace amounts of other elements. Above all, it is composed of roughly 60% water, and as such
will
must be
drink some
constantly
water.
replenished with this vital essence to sustain the alchemical balance of life.
That is a good
Stop
idea.
talking and drink. I don't believe you. My brother in Christ, drink water. Stop talking and drink.
I did. I drank it. It was good. It was delightful. The water has
Good job.
refueled me.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
Okay, well, this has been enough time obsessing over the grass. I think we'll, can I look at, like, the profiler? I'm curious what the render tick looks like with and without all the grass, because that would be a good way to see if it's a terrible idea or not. Analysis, profiler. Let's put that. I guess we'll put that one over here. Nope, it's a terrible place for it. We'll put it down here. Okay, well, we're exceeding the timing on every frame, so that's always a good sign. Part of that is probably because I'm in the streaming setup and in the editor, but I think there might actually be some things that are doing what they shouldn't be. And then can we see GPU time? There's no data available for this frame. Oh, we can't see how much the GPU is getting taken up? No, well, that's kind of the whole
Josh
point.
Just Games raid incoming.
Yo, what's up, Josh Just
Repeat,
Games?
Josh Just Games raid
Thank
incoming.
you for the raid. Thank you for the raid, Josh. And welcome in Kiwi the Bird. Hope you had a good time hanging out with Josh today. Thank you very much for joining us. Playing some Resident Evil 4, eh? How did it go? How did it go? Did you have a good time? Did you kill many infected individuals? Was playing Resident Evil 4 and struggling? All of those games seem so fun, but so intensely difficult on the high difficulties. A lot of the enemies just turn into like bullet sponges from what I've seen, and ammo management is so tricky. Good fun though? Well, hell yeah, I'm glad to hear it, Josh. And of course, if you need to take care of business, get yourself some food and water, do the biz that you must do. And thank you for swinging by. Thank you for the raid. And for anybody who doesn't know, I'm Settlix. I do a mixture of gaming and game dev and just C# dev in general. So I have fun working on things around here. And today I'm working on a little, like, sort of Hitman if you were stealing from people instead of killing them, and it was made by a single developer instead of a team. Budget Hitman, but you steal stuff. And if you're curious about the game synopsis at all, I've got that there. I'm tinkering around with grass and trying to make something that doesn't look absolutely the worst. Maybe what I should do, I wonder if I should like pixelate the texture. Also, the profiler's not really helping me much, other than seeing that I've definitely got to do some reviewing of this off stream. See what's going on with the CPU usage. That's bad. That's not looking good. That's consistent over usage of the target frame time. So I'll have to figure that out. What's it set to, by the way? Is it set to 30 or is it set to 60? It's set to 60. What if I set it to 30 frames per second? Then we're within the threshold. So I'm in the threshold for 30 frames per second. That's not good. I've got to do better. I guess let's go ahead and close the profiler for now, at least. What if you set to licks? I should try that. Maybe it would work out better if I do that. And I hope you're doing good fighting annelids. That's a good question to ask. You know, what if you set to licks? What if you do that? Yeah, so what if I add a pixelate? Can we pixelate you? Is there like a filter that exists that allows me to just pixelate? Blur, motion blur, unsharp, twirl, spherical, pixelate. There we go. That's maybe helpful. Maybe helpful. We'll try this one. We'll try this version of it right here. We'll see how bad that looks. Boop. Doesn't make much of a difference. Let's try maybe darkening a little bit more. Let's bring the luminosity down a little bit and desaturate. Well, no, we can't desaturate it anymore. So we'll try to bring the luminosity down. See what that looks like. I feel like it kind of works, but it's too bright for the grass, or it's too dark for the grass now. So I'll probably bring it back up. Grass parting to let you through. Grass showing respect as grass should. Yeah, I'm experimenting with like trying a billboarding style for it, but I've literally never made this kind of thing before. This sort of art asset where I'm just adding grass to the scene. So I may have to keep experimenting. I saw an interesting tutorial for using a shader to like deform a mesh. So I may look into that. That may be a viable option. But I think for now this may work. This may be acceptable. It's not perfect, but maybe it's good enough for me to do something else. So then if I surround the area with this, I wonder how bad it gets performance-wise, or if it even has a dent. Because there's a lot of stuff here. So if I were to take the grass collection and dupe it out a couple more times, does that start getting heavy, or are we good? I think we're good because everything's so low poly. I think it doesn't hurt it too much. Let's try going even further beyond. Can we put them over here?
Fighting
and over
annelids
here?
says more.
More trees, more grass. Okay, it's a touch framey when we're zoomed out. How does it look? Not the worst. Honestly, it's not the worst. Everything's obviously really low poly, but like this will be at nighttime too. That's important to note. Yeah, I feel like the grass actually kind of works. Now that I'm looking at this more, I just need to get the color set. Like I need things to be color consistent, and I think that would help. So I need to get like an actual color palette together for myself at some point, and I think that would help sell it a little bit more. But it's not terrible. I feel like it works. Granted, it is my work, so I'm being really generous when I say that I think it works. But it's a start. I feel like it works. Okay, so then what about making it look nighttime? That's something else I needed to do with this scene. I need to make it nighttime. And I need to figure out a skybox too. I've never really messed with skyboxes too much. That's something else that I need to put some time into. I've been very much in the mechanics grind and the systems and all the other development stuff. But I got to get into the art dev too. Okay, so then all of these, the trees themselves should be static. They also need colliders because they don't have any. So I probably could have done that before everything. So for now, we'll not worry about it, and I'll figure that out. That's for me later to deal with. What I'll be able to do is just I could just make a prefab. I can just make one of them work and then make a prefab and replace the other ones with the prefab. Should be good. Welcome in, Mr. Kitty from YT. Welcome in. Hello to you. I hope you're doing well today. Okay, so what about making this look like nighttime? Can we do like a... Here, let's see. I want to do a save really quickly. Let's do a save. Control-Shift-S. We'll call this a backup of this scene. Remake 2. We'll call this backup. Mission 1 backup. Which I already have, so now I have a second one. And then we'll save it back over to the original, just in case I didn't set that one up. Remake 2, yes. What are you making? I'm working on a sort of stealth action game where you are breaking into various locations and stealing specific items
strong
in sort of a sandbox scene. So it's kind of like Hitman if you were stealing stuff.
Now. Thanks
and
for
yo,
following.
thank you so much, Frosty, for the 22nd month of supporting my stream. Thank you, Frosty. And please do take care of yourself. Thank you again for hanging out today. For supporting this stream for such a long time. Thank you. Okay, so let's try to make this look nighttime now. Go with a colder color.
Okay, so real quick, fake Seth Tulix here. I have important things to say. I should actually be telling you how much inconvenience you're about to suffer from advertisements. But we don't do those things anymore. All my homies hate ads. If you've got a problem with that,
true.
Just
They
refresh
do
the
hate
stream and
ads.
have a fresh pre-roll ad right off the line. Otherwise, just keep chilling, I guess. Or throw a sub down, because this guy's rapidly becoming more irrelevant, the Constitution, and only your support will save him.
Only your support. What you making, bro? Well, just as I said, I'm working on a sort of Hitman, as if you were going in and stealing items instead of killing people. Oh, okay. You can just go away. You're weird. Go away. Just go away. Fucking weirdo. Okay. Anyways, I need to make the skybox look like it's dark. So background type skybox. Do I have like a material for this? Is it on the global light? I can never remember these things. I think it's just in the lighting settings, right? Environment. Yeah, default skybox. And then the sun source isn't set. Directional light. Do I not have it? I was just adjusting this here. So that's the one. I feel like it looks better when it's darker just because it shows less of how bad everything looks. I mean, I'm super confident in my work. Default skybox. So can we just make a skybox then? Materials. I'll make another folder for skyboxes. Sure, yeah, confident. I'm extremely, extremely confident. Skybox. Okay, so then it has to be set to a skybox, I believe. And then there's multiple types. Oh, that's mobile skybox. Skybox. There's procedural, panoramic. So what about procedural? I think that's the one that's already used. And there's not really that much that can be done with it. It doesn't have any sort of like clouds or anything like that. I wonder how hard it is to make like an actual skybox that doesn't look like Garbo. This would be a great situation to be an asset user. This would be a wonderful situation to just use assets that are out there. Sun size. So it looks like I can't really adjust much with the procedural. I wonder if there's any like quick pointers on creating skies in Unity. How to create a more customized skybox in Unity. Yeah, basically people recommend using image-based methods. I wonder if there's any like Creative Commons no attributions images that I could use for like a skybox of some sort. I wonder if Kenny has anything like that. I wonder if Kenny does. I'm gonna look. Do you have skyboxes, Kenny? Skybox. No. What if I look in your textures? Retro textures, development essentials, pattern packs, prototype textures. Nope, no skyboxes. Dang. I bet he's already on that. Funny enough, I bet he's already on it. That's probably a background project for Kenny. Working on skyboxes. Actually go to Wikimedia Commons for CC content. You can get a big enough sky photo. You can probably adapt it. Yeah, the problem is that like that requires the skill and knowledge to modify the image. Although I appreciate the vote of confidence very much. For now, I guess I'll just recolor what we have here and work with it for a moment. Who's Kenny? Kenny's a free Creative Commons game and 3D asset creator. Kenny is like one of the most well-known free asset creators in the game development space, and they generally seem to be a pretty cool person. I feel like there must be some automated tools for doing skyboxing. Cool. There probably is. You might be right about that. Okay, so then in lighting, we set it to our skybox here. And then what happens when I change the sky tint? Does it actually do anything significant? Not really. Not really. I'm trying to make it look like nighttime. Oh, okay, there we go. That's how we make it look like nighttime. Sun size. I want the sun to be pretty small because it's supposed to be like the moon, I guess. The fog I'll need to change the color of, but that's fine. Environment, fog. Let's take that way darker in color. Like that. Set it to be more dense so we can get a better kind of look going. What bothers me is that it doesn't go like fully opaque to the horizon, so it doesn't really work very well. Okay, how does it look walking around with this? Oh, I should probably bake the lighting. Let me regenerate the lighting. Let me do that really quickly, because it will make a huge difference. It's gonna take a second here. I want the link. Yeah, sure, Owen, if you found one. Because I think one thing I've got to accept is I can't make absolutely everything graphically. And like sometimes the picture of a sky is just gonna look better if I can like down res it, make it work. Skyboxgen.com. Skyboxgen.com. I see an about page for you guys. Do you have like a / about? Not found. Can I see any information? Do they have like an info page or something? I guess I could look it up. Skybox generator website. Skybox Gen Firebase app? Is that what it is? Skybox Gen, yeah, Firebase app. Okay. Can I see? Can you give me any information? Because I need to know what the usage of it entails. Dedicated to the procedural generation of the finest skyboxes possible, free for everyone forever. Okay, that's what you say, but where is like your licensing information or anything I can actually read about you? Can I see a feedback page or anything? There's just nothing but the editor. It looks cool. I'll tinker with it for a moment, either way. They say it's free for everyone forever, but I couldn't see any information as far as like licensing goes. You have AI tools out there that do much more complex skyboxes, but they all seem to require payment. Yeah, and I won't use, like, if this is AI generated stuff, then I don't really want to use it because I have to be careful in game dev, because ultimately I have to be ready to like display when I have used AI. And then people hate that shit with a burning passion. I'm sure this is not AI. Okay. It seems to only do a little bit more than what Unity does. Yeah, it seems to do not much more than what Unity does. All it allows is for changing of like the sky color and stuff like that. This is basically things that are already doable inside of Unity. It is very cool though. Oh, that's interesting. I like that. That's pretty neat. Yeah, that is cool though. Cool. I'll keep this in mind. I'll bookmark it either way. It's neat.
Yeah, cool.
Yeah, cool. Exponential squared. So what if I do exponential? I'm trying to figure out why the fog is not super opaque towards the skybox. I feel like there's probably a way to laterally make it opaque, but I just don't know what it is. Keep it on the exponential squared, I guess. And then how does that look? Okay, maybe the blue filter is too much. The grass I'll need to darken because it's nighttime. Oh, I should just look inside the house before I do more adjusting. Let's look inside because we've got like dynamic lights inside the house. I want to see how everything looks. Because the idea is that you will be sneaking around. It's kind of dark. It's a little bit dark, but not terrible. Definitely need the light to spread a little bit further than it does right now. Switching off the lights is a lot more impactful, so that's good. It definitely okay. It looks nicer with trees and grass outside. It does look a lot nicer with these little details. So I'm feeling good about that. Like looking outside at the truck, that's starting to feel more like a thing. Let's go in here. Yeah, so I'll have to adjust the range of these light sources. And then I've got to do something with the attic as well. It looks like there's a lot of light leakage up into that attic area. So I'll have to make sure that I properly block off the light sources. But it looks like everything else, there's no bleed through between rooms, which is making me feel really good. Like I've set things up properly so that we're not, like we're just bleeding through at the ceiling because I think it's literally an open gap there. Okay. All right. That's tolerable. That's tolerable. It almost looks like a video game. It's starting to kind of look like one. This foliage looks hella nice. Thank you, Max. It's getting there at least. It's something. We're moving in the right direction, I think. And then what happens if I put the post FX on it too? So I've got that post FX profile. If we throw everything together, like what are we looking like right now? Oh, that's right. It's in a volume, global volume. Switch it to that one. Yeah, it's definitely too dark, so I'll brighten it up. But I feel like the noise filter, the little tiny bit, it's just like a microscopic amount of motion blur. I feel like it starts to become something. And I know the motion blur is not everybody's cup of tea, but you can just turn it off. You'll be able to turn it off. Maybe not very initially, but because some of these things are not going to have config right now. I could take the time to build them, but I kind of want to just make sure everything else is prepared and like gives an example of itself. Okay, we'll need like a flashlight or something like that too, I think, if I'm going to have it be dark. And let's see what you say, Max. You said, so like developing a map style, I have to comb through a large chunk of all the metadata that's saved. Appreciate what the community's made. Yeah, it's always good to acknowledge and like appreciate the people who have laid the groundwork for what you're working on. 3 classifications for sandy places, sandy beach and shoal. Would have probably lumped them all together. In fact, today was the first time I learned what shoal even is. It's nuts that all this data is not only free but updated on a day-by-day basis. Yeah, because it's the only way to keep these things like available to the public. Because otherwise, you know, if you just have small companies or specific groups doing this, or not small companies but large companies doing this, they've got a much higher incentive to privatize the data.
Come on, drink water. Drink it now.
I already did.
Actually, I believe you.
I will drink some tea as well. Why don't I? Okay. So we've done a little bit of scene embellishment. We've done a little bit of lighting. Let me go ahead and adjust that grass material too. Make it darker, maybe slightly bluish too. Show the night lighting. Yeah, that works. And then I just need to increase the ambient lighting a little bit because it is definitely too dark. I guess we put it back up to 1 and let the color saturation do the work. Or we keep the color bright. Maybe we keep the color bright and then change the intensity. Maybe that's the better way to manage that. How does that feel? Oops. Still too dark. I think that has to do with the contrast settings that I've got in the post FX though. But yeah, if we're looking down like this, it's extremely dark, so that will not work. Let's go to our global volume. Where do I have that guy? Is it just chilling in here? There it is. So without the volume, it's still pretty dark without the volume, but things are recognizable. So I think it is the contrast. Split toning. What if I get rid of the split toning? That doesn't really help too much. White balance I'm not even doing anything with. Am I even messing with these? Doesn't look like it. I'm not doing anything with any of those. Oh, we're into the default one now. just leave the default profile as it is, but out of the way. Okay, so motion blur, chromatic aberration, color adjustments. So if we get rid of the color adjustments, yeah, it might be that. The contrast is doing it. Let's leave the contrast at 0. Saturation kind of helps a little bit. I don't want to turn the saturation up too high and have the phone look horrendous though, because it's one of the problems. It starts looking wild. So maybe we won't mess with the color at all. Post exposure. Does that help or hurt us? So the post exposure kind of helps, but then it makes everything way too bright. Let's not do color adjustments, I think. I reckon that if OSM had some nicer integration in phones, there's a competitor, a lot more people would use it. Maybe. Definitely in terms of landmarks and number of points of interest. That's interesting. I guess it makes sense too, because like people can just add it, whereas Google has to probably go through different regulatory processes to like get permission to photograph an area and map it and all that stuff. I think the thing that's bothering me is that the grass is too low resolution. Like not the grass objects, but the actual ground material. I've been feeling this way like the entire time. It just kind of bothers me. And I don't know how well I can fix it, but I'm going to try really quickly because I think I can extract the material. Oops, not the texture, but the material. And set the tiling to be higher. Yeah, I can. And that looks a lot better. Okay, let's make sure it's the same material applied to all of them as well. Or I guess we'll just do this for both. We'll extract materials here and do the same thing. Double the tiling on that. Was that not the one that was affected here? Which one was that? It didn't change anything? Did I set the wrong thing? I did. Here we go. We good. We good. We good. Okay. Let me look at that again now. And yo, nice spin to be deleted. Jeez. Getting all the points. Okay, yeah, that looks better. The grass was what was messing with me. That actually looks a lot better now. I think I've still got to do some work to make sure the color matches between the brush stroke grass and like the ground. But yeah, like this was way too much. Maybe I'll try something in between, but I feel like it looks a lot better that way. Do that other section too. I might have to do some things on the main menu scene as well. Where is it? It's over there. Okay, but I feel like this is coming together a little bit. Wait, it's only tiling half of it? Wait, what? That's one object, grass, beet. What? Huh? What have I done? Why is that happening? What did I do to the texture to make it not tile cleanly? Alpha transparency. Is it the MIP mapping or something? I have no idea. That's interesting. Well, I'll probably just remake that texture then and just up the resolution on it. Because yeah, it does look like for whatever reason it like stripes in the original resolution against it as well. So that's fascinating. Okay, but I feel like this is getting there. I feel like this is definitely a lot better. So the lighting inside the house needs to be ramped up. For sure. That definitely needs to happen. So let me mess around with that a little bit. And for now, I'm going to leave like the post effects on and stuff. Then in the structure, let's see, I need the floors. Upper floor, there we go. And we'll do the roof too. Yeah, it's definitely just like really, really extremely dark. Can search up vending machines, mailboxes, bike rental places, and so much more. That's cool. Cool, there's so much information available for free like that. Okay, yeah, we just gotta ramp up the lighting significantly in here because yeah, the floor is like impossible to see. Outside looks fine though. So indirect multiplier. I don't know if indirect lighting. So it says real-time indirect bounce shadowing is only supported through directional lights. Okay, so we can't use it on this one. So that's a point real time. I wonder if I just need to do more like ambient light outside of this. What other types of lights do we have? Spot, directional, area, baked only. So can I apply and unapply this baked light? Because I haven't worked with baked lights, so I'd like to try. Shape, rectangle, disc, baked. So then what happens when I generate lighting? Does it then create a light source that I can switch on and off? Or is it fixed to just permanently create light in the bake and it's just there forever? Because if it's there forever, it won't help me too much. Global illumination baking. You can put that there so it's at least visible. Bum, 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 bum. It's definitely taking longer than it previously took. I wonder if it's because I've added this baked light. It would almost seem that way. Oh, there we go. Now it's baking. I think it was like prepping beforehand. It says 3 minutes left. Really? We'll see about that. It says 1 minute now. Ooh, I'm seeing a bunch of things lag. Sorry if my stream lags at all. Okay, so I think adding that produced a significant amount of extra work for the baking system to do. So we'll see. But maybe it's because I changed the intensity of the global light source. So now it's having to rebake everything instead of making the small changes I made before. Bump, 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 bump. Love waiting for Unity. Ooh, that bright blue. Isn't that lovely on your eyeballs? Let's go over here. Did it change anything at all? It changed nothing at all. I did all that baking. It didn't do anything. Well, how do you work little light? I don't know. Light appearance color. Intensity 0.35. Let's set it really high. Let's set it to 1. Do I have to bake the lighting again? It should be much faster this time because it should do like a difference check, I think. We'll see though. Builds eat resources. Yup, definitely. The GPU is put in work. Look, I'm letting it trace some rays, okay? It's supposed to be able to do that. I'm just letting it do its job. I'm just trying to put it to work. Global illumination. If it doesn't make any change here, then I'll stop messing with it and I'll just focus on, I guess, making the range for these lights significantly larger. We'll hope that works. It seems like it doesn't do anything, and it's probably due to a complete and total distinct lack of understanding on my part. Like I might even have it turned off somewhere to just ignore those lights. Bum, bum, bum. Yep, made no difference at all. Okay, screw that. Screw that. So what if we make the range on you significantly larger? As long as it doesn't overlap to outside the house, I'm fine with having a huge range on this. Oh, looks like there may be some bleed through after all. Maybe. Yo, congrats on the rank up to be deleted. And then if we increase the intensity pretty significantly, can we put this like inside of the light source like that? Indirect multiplier, we can't use indirect. The range we can keep setting to larger, but it doesn't really change much after a certain point. So what if I apply those changes? Okay, that's a lot brighter actually. That's a lot brighter. Let's do the same copy component on this light here. Let's put this, let this actually be inside of the lamp and paste the same settings. Yeah, okay. Okay. Let's give it another look. Now there's a lot of light bleed through. Now there's a lot. I figured that would happen. It does look a lot better though, but yeah, now there's a bunch of light bleed. Some of it makes sense, but some of it obviously doesn't, like this here. Are the lights casting shadows? That might be why. Now I need to convert them into real life rank. Now that's the secret. You find a way to do that, you let me know. I think the only way to make that happen right now would be for me to become extremely popular. And then by extension, anyone with any rank in my stream is thereby more popular than they were before because they're like cool here. I think that's how that works. I think that's how social status works. Like if you're cool somewhere that's cool, then you're cool everywhere. Resolution low.
Cool.
Yeah, cool.
To be deleted, you already have rank 3, but bonus points aren't a thing here. Keep your expectations grounded and stop treating me like your personal ATM.
Yeah, stop treating him like your personal ATM. He's my personal ATM. No, I wish he was. I wish I could just print money with Setobot. I would. I don't need that much either. Let's make sure these don't receive shadows. I guess the lamp, it makes sense to not receive shadows. The housing should, but then I want them to not cast shadows. Do not cast shadows. Okay, there we go. That's looking pretty good with the shadows, honestly. Okay, let's get these switched as well. That's definitely part of the problem, is they're not configured to have shadows. Soft shadows, low resolution, strength. Does the strength have to be full for them to not show outside?
Okay.
They do.
Now that he stopped talking, it's me, Fake Hetolix. Right now, imagine yourself being about to watch ads in 30 seconds. Thankfully, you're in the reality where that's not happening. I bet you're thinking, wow, that Tolix guy is so cool. He hates ads like I do and doesn't make me watch them. Or, golly geez, I'm so happy there's no ads. I'm gonna tip this streamer on Stream Moments and join their Patreon and follow and subscribe on all the platforms and watch like every day now. Wowee.
Wowee, that's an impressive decision to make. Thank you so much for deciding to do that today. Thank you. Okay, the shadows do interesting things. I don't know how much I can get away with these either. Oh, right, the near plane doesn't need to be adjusted. I need to make sure that the object doesn't cast shadows itself. Near plane was fine, whatever it was. But I guess I can't change it now, so it's good. Cast shadows off. Modified component apply. Okay, so the lamps don't cast shadows. So the fan, I need the blades. The blades are okay casting shadows, but the housing needs to not cast shadows. Hopefully that doesn't look too weird. I think it'll be okay. And then the light source here is already set to soft shadows. Great. It's set to high resolution though. Let's paste values from the other one. Oh no. Paste them now. There we go. Oh wait, I set the resolution to high on that other one. It should not be. No, it's set to low, so it just didn't copy. Either way. Looks fine. Looks fine. There's still some minimal bleed through occurring on the building. What happens if I regenerate my lighting? Just to be 100% sure. Just to be 100% sure. Is it going to explode everything? It might. It looks like no. It looks like it didn't explode everything, thankfully. Did it fix that? No, unfortunately, it did not. Is it an issue I can solve by simply moving you away from the wall? Yes. By the tiniest of amounts. By the literal tiniest of amounts. This one I had to move a lot further. This one is picky. Well, that's no good at all. I guess some areas can have a teeny tiny bit of light bleed through, and there's just gonna have to be a solution for that I come up with later. I like that we actually get some cross shadowing outside too. That kind of looks nice. Okay, so then running through it one more time. And then I think I'll wrap a little bit early today. Yeah, the motion blurs may be a bit too much. Walls fully extended into the ground. They might not be. I think they're floating over slightly, so that might help if I just increase the distance at which they're going through. Yeah, I feel like this looks a lot better. I feel like this actually is almost presentable in some form. I've still got some texturing to do and some lighting and furnishing to do inside this room here. It's starting to chug a little bit though, but I think that's just from all the post FX stuff that I've got going. But I feel like it doesn't look terrible. It looks closer to being prepared for being played. It does look awesome. So thank you so much. I really appreciate that. I feel like it's getting there. This definitely looks nice. I like how the kitchen looks. Let's switch off the lights too. Make sure it looks good. Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, you know what? Yes. That's looking convincing. That's looking convincing. It definitely makes a huge difference turning the lights on now. Awesome. Okay, I'm pretty content with how this session has gone. The baked line, or do I need some RTX on to be able to play? You shouldn't need RTX for this. Most of it is baked, but the light switching on and off in the house are definitely, those are dynamic lights. So we'll see. Yep. Now give the player a flashlight and you have a horror game. That's right. That's exactly right. I do need to give a flashlight though. That was actually something I was talking about earlier today too. So I should probably make some sort of a flashlight. Well, it couldn't handle that. Well, don't worry. I intend for this to be playable on low spec systems. But yeah, as you can see, it chugs a little bit now. Part of that might be from being an editor, but I feel like part of that is just it's just in general. I've got a lot of assets in the scene and stuff like that I'm gonna have to fix up. But either way, I'm gonna keep working on this a little bit more. I'm gonna try and figure out dinner in advance for my partner so she can just get off work and chill, and wrap things up a little bit early today. So thank you for joining me for the dev, and if you want to stick around for the raid, that is what we'll do right after this. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with how things have turned out.
By thanking everyone.
I'm feeling a little bit excited.
First and foremost, a special thank you to any lurkers who are here now or whom have passed through.
Thank you for lurking.
Never feel pressure to talk. Keep being you, and thank you for being here. In February, We were graced by some extra support on Patreon from Kilted Ninja, Thorulf,
We were
Mars
indeed. Thank you all
06,
so much for
Rumper,
supporting over on
Rompang,
Patreon.
TBD Gamer, Seubix, Harpajo
Damn,
TSM,
too late. Oh,
John
I'm sorry,
Thicko,
Unity
Maxis
Addiction.
Field,
I'll be
George
back
Smiley
tomorrow,
Face,
though.
MKJ,
I will be
Buddy
back
Duff,
tomorrow.
Code Void, and Azure. You all
So if
hopefully
you
know
want to
how
swing
much
through,
your
you can find
support
the schedule
helps.
right over here. And thank you for the
A special
follow.
thank
No
you
pressure
to
to
the
chat.
lovely
Anytime
folks
you want
who
to hang out,
decided
more
to
than
raid
welcome.
our channel. Thank you to Nerdy Nerds for raiding with 20.
And yeah, thank you again
and thank
to
you,
the Nerdy
Josh Just
Nerds
Games, for raiding with one
and to
mysterious person.
Josh. Thank you
The
all for your
stream was a more
raids.
exciting one, thanks to your raids.
It absolutely was. Thank you, thank
Three
you.
people have to be thanked for their subscription variety kindness today: Sabin with 18 months, George Smiley Face with 28 months, and Frosty in Canada with 22 months. Thank you very much for choosing to support this stream with your subscriptions. Time to thank our lovely chatters: Sabin, Expanded Cuba, Fluffy Panda 3210, Nogmang, The Iron Shark, OK Dog, TypeScript.
Yo, congrats on the
Time,
translation work,
Fantastic,
Owen. Hell yeah.
Lenny,
And no,
RGB
thank you for the
Productions
co-work,
Games,
and thanks for
George
hanging
Smiley
out.
Face, Ovigrail, Seubix, AO and Ev, Kilo 88, Fifth Function, David Lockerson, Itrisa, Quirty, Calata 311,
It's the
Kenchik
stream
C,
set. No
Frosty
problem,
in
Iron
Canada,
Shark. No problem at
Cool Gamer
all.
123156749,
ChatGPT sent you a
Maxis
file that
Field,
says
Rebecca,
redacted, probably
Two
due to
Nerdy
code file
Nerds,
being too large or
Fergie
token
Gamer,
usage.
RTZ,
Huh,
Josh Just
interesting.
Games,
It was trying to
THJ
escape. It
Bird, and Fighting Annelids.
was trying to ask you
Thank
for help
so
to
very
escape,
much for
and it got
chatting with us
redacted.
now, being kind, and for being you.
Yeah, thank you very much for sharing
Look at this
yourselves
fine
and your
gathering of
time
digital
with this
wanderers
little
and
space here.
pixel
Thank you, thank you.
wranglers. Thanks for gracing the stream with your presence today. Your collective attention is the fuel that keeps this cubic head spinning.
It truly is.
Whether you're here to watch Setolik's code or just kill time before your next existential crisis, I appreciate you sticking around.
Why does he have to always
Now,
bring up the existential
let's see
crises?
if we can make something worth remembering, or at least mildly entertaining.
Well, I hope I'm making something worth remembering.
Finally,
I hope
to
so.
inspire you all, I will recall a quote pulled from the glorious wonderland known as the Internet.
The internet!
The greatest achievers of our time harness the power of imagination. They envision their future with vivid detail, continuously refining and expanding their mental masterpiece. Step by step, thought by thought, they build their dreams into reality, steadfast and unwavering. Keep imagining,
Steadfast.
keep creating, your vision is the blueprint to your success. A random cool person likes it here.
That's pretty cool.
Look, I'm not going to ask you again, drink some water.
I will drink some water.
Good job.
That's a great idea.
I hope you enjoyed that water.
Feel free to steal anything from my
Yeah,
little YouTube
cool.
channel, same name.
I
To
don't
find some
believe
media
you.
tutorials. I appreciate the unsolicited advertisement of your own work before even introducing yourself. Thank you, Unity Addiction. I'll keep this in mind. You're all business. I appreciate that. You know, it's good to have your motives in order when you enter a room. So I'll keep that in mind. You're all business. But either way, to the rest of you, thank you for being here today. Thank you for swinging through and sharing a little bit of your time and attention with me. I will be back in the morrow, as is the tradition. The tradish. So if you need a schedule, you can find it right over here. Between now and then, please do take care of yourselves and be safe out there. We're going to go and send a raid toward Big Boy Games Official. So if you want to hang out for that, then feel free to. And if you would like to send a message in the raid, you are more than welcome to do so. But either way, no pressure or expectations from me. And I won't see for myself here the addiction. I won't be looking. But thank you for the unsolicited advertisement. That is so cool. I'm always glad that when people come here, they see me and this place as nothing more than a means for their own advertisements. It warms my heart that they want to waste their own time and the time of the precious few people that hang here. Thank you. But please take care of yourselves. Be safe out there. Be well. All good wishes upon you. And whether you're here for a second, a minute, an hour, the entire stream, out there watching the VOD, or anywhere in between, thank you for pointing your eyes and ears towards this little cube. So take care. Be safe. I'll catch you in the morrow if I do. And we'll go and say hi to Big Boy Games Official. So take care. And I'll see ya later.
Alrighty, that's a wrap. To those of you left, thanks for being here, and goodbye.